And welcome back once again, everybody. It's Case Western Reserve looking to bounce back from a 13-9 loss to NYU in the opening game of today's doubleheader, and we'll take the field here for Game 2. And now that I think about it, I got to remember to actually change the broadcast here, and I am broadcasting to no one currently, but I'm going to keep talking because this will be in the eventually the replay here. So I'm going to repaste this, and then I'll hop on here in a second. And welcome back once again, everybody, as we get set for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. The Spartans looking to bounce back after losing the first game of the doubleheader. And we'll see what they could do here today with Eric Colgrove on the mound, who gets set to throw the first pitch to Harrison Blue Eyes. It's a fastball off that outside corner for ball 1-1-0. We'll get you more information on Colgrove. We'll get you starting lineups. We're scrambling. You got to love these doubleheader days. The 1-0 on the way from Colgrove to Blue Eyes, and that's inside, and it hit him. It looked like it got him right on the back of that ankle. And Blue Eyes, kind of a delayed reaction, but we on base with the hit-by pitch to start things off. Let's get you lineups for both of these teams. Harrison Blue Eyes led things off. Nick Argenziano batting second. Cam Dunn playing third and hitting third. And then Nate Pelota is the designated hitter. He'll bat fourth. Costa Moklis, Costa Moklis. God, I'll get those vowels right eventually. He's playing right field and batting fifth. Connor Ruggiero, the left fielder, hitting sixth. CJ Franchini, the second baseman, hits seventh. Jack Kelman, the catcher, batting eighth. And Dakota Barbette playing short and batting ninth. That pitch misses low for a ball to Argenziano, who homered in the first game. And that misses inside, 2-0. For the Spartans defensively, same defensive lineup as in Game 1. Dane Camphausen at first. Second baseman is Franco Alonso. We'll see Nate Arterburn at short and Zach Carinci at third. Breaking ball in there for a called strike, and it's 2-1. In the outfield, Logan Andreyko in left. Nick Harms in center. Jay Smith is in right. Jack Anderson doing the catching, and the aforementioned Eric Colgrove is on the mound as he throws down to first. Dane Camphausen loses his glasses. The ball gets away, but not far enough for Blue Eyes to advance. Blue Eyes kindly handing Dane his glasses. Colgrove on the season, 1-1 with a 6.20 ERA through 8 appearances, including 3 starts. He's gone 20 in the third innings, giving up just 18 hits. That one up and in, ball 3, 3-1. Colgrove has opponents hitting just .228 against him. That one lined into left. A diving attempt made and caught out there by Andreyko for the out. They'll say he dropped the ball on the exchange, so it counts as the out there, and there's one gone here in the first. 86-mile-an-hour fastball there from Colgrove that was hit into left. And now with one away, that'll bring up Cam Dunn to the plate. Pickoff attempt to first, not in time. Dunn 1 for 6 in the first game of the doubleheader. Spartans now in a position where this is a big game for them all of a sudden. Chicago with a 5-3 lead over Emory in Game 1 of that series. They're just playing one today. 86-mile-an-hour fastball misses up and in. 1-0 the count on Cam Dunn. NYU hit 4 home runs in that first game. That ball popped up first base side. Camphausen underneath it, makes the catch. And there's 2 gone here in the inning.
Now batting, number 25, Nate Pelota.
So Nate Pilata now the batter. Pilata had a big first game of the doubleheader. 1 for 3 with a 3-run homer in the first inning. It was his 4th home run of the season. Another throw down to first. Blue Eyes, Argenziano, Pilata, and Mockless each hit home runs for NYU in the first game. A 13-9 Violets win. Called strike. Eric Colgrove, California product in his first year on the team. There are people running around the outfield right now, which, last I checked, you're not really supposed to do in the middle of a game. And that's going to hold up the game here a minute. I'm assuming that's the NYU starter, Antonio Turco Rivas, who is coming in from the bullpen. There is an outside gate that is what you're supposed to use in that scenario, but opting instead to take the shortcut here. You'll see umpires sometimes stop play when opposing players are on the field like that. It happens occasionally. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Colgrove with it, jogs it to the bag himself, shows it to Camphausen before making the underhand toss to the bag for the final out of the inning. And that does it here in the top of the first. A scoreless inning for Eric Colgrove. And we'll move along into the bottom of the first as the Spartans look to take an early lead. And we'll send the top of the order up to the plate to do it. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order for Case Western Reserve. It'll be Jack Anderson catching and hitting leadoff. Nick Harms batting second and playing center field. And then Dane Camphausen, who's starting to heat up again at the plate, will be in the 3 spot and playing first base. Tyler Stilson, the designated hitter, in the cleanup spot. He'll be followed by Franco Alonso, who's swinging a red-hot bat. Then Jay Smith, the right fielder, bats 6th. He'll be followed by Logan Andraco, the left fielder, in the 7 spot. Zach Carinci playing 3rd and batting 8th. And then Nate Arterburn, the shortstop, rounds out the lineup. He'll hit 9th. For NYU defensively, first baseman is Nick Argenziano. Second baseman is C.J. Franchini. Dakota Barbette is playing short, and at third is Cam Dunn. In the outfield, in left field, we have Nick Argenziano. We have Connor Ruggiero. Center fielder is Harrison Blue Eyes. The right fielder is Costa Mockless. Doing the catching for the second straight game is Jack Kelman, and on the mound is Antonio Turco Rivas, who'll be making his 8th start of the season. He's 2-2 with a 4.11 ERA through 30 2/3 innings of work. He has allowed 36 hits, a 290 opponent's average. He has walked 18 and struck out 35, so a little bit over a strikeout an inning and a little bit more than half a walk per inning. Turco Rivas is a first-year player out of Weston, Florida, American Heritage High School. If I'm not mistaken, Weston right in the Fort Lauderdale part of our area of Florida, so that southeastern side, I believe. And usually those pitchers tend to make a little bit more of an impact than some of the northern pitchers, like those wimpy guys from Cincinnati, right, Jake? Jake Shields sitting next to me here, so I've got to take at least one shot before he leaves the press box. Former Spartan great Jake Shields. But, yeah, you know, the Florida pitchers tend to have more innings on their arm. By the time they get to college, they have a little bit more experience. That was always one of the big things that Coach Englander and Coach Nick Callahan, when he was here, really pushed, that those Florida guys, whether they be, you know, a Reese Marley or Nick DeNovi, guys like that are just a little bit more experienced. By the time they get to college, they're ready to make that impact, and certainly that's been the case for Antonio Turco Rivas, who has had a really nice freshman season. He'll face a tough lineup here, though, and a lineup that didn't hit the ball bad in the first game, just got out-hit by a red-hot NYU offense. First pitch, Jack Anderson swings and fouls it back, and the count goes to 0-1. Anderson Now hitting at .333 on the season, 2 for 5 in the first game of the doubleheader. The 0-1 on the way. Turco Rivas rocks and delivers. Breaking ball stays down low. Slider at 77. And it's a 1-1 count. Always nice to have Jake Shields up in the press box today. Jake, remind me, were you a 2016 or a 17 graduate? 17. So you were here for 2 years, my first 2 years here then. So, yep. Jake used to beat up Emory back when I was there, and then I enjoyed him beating up Emory when I eventually made my way up here. So 2-2 now the count on Turco Rivas. Or pardon me, on Anderson. I believe 2-2. Is it 3-1? It's 3-1. Excuse me. I shorted Jack a couple extra balls there, and that's taken for ball 4. And Anderson reaches on a leadoff walk. 19th walk of the season issued by Turco Rivas. And now Nick Harms to the plate. Harms 1 for 4 with a single and a walk. Scored 2 runs in game 1 of the doubleheader. Takes a first pitch fastball. Letter high for a strike, and it's 0-1. Might have been a changeup there, potentially. That sailed up high. A little fast for a changeup. Maybe a two-seamer, potentially. Down low. Sam has left us here for game 2, so Celia here now, and I'm going to have to rely on her to make me look smart. It's a tough task sometimes. Fastball low. 2-1 now the count. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Well outside. 88-mile-an-hour fastball. 3-1. And that's going to prompt an early meeting here by the NYU pitching coach. That's Eddie Medina, who will head out to the mound here to have a talk with his first-year righty. Again, early on, a bit of a struggle to throw strikes for Turco Rivas, who is behind in the count to Harms here, 3-1. As much as anything, this might be just to give him a little bit of a breather, but it might also be a word of advice from the pitching coach that's basically saying, hey, this is not the guy you want to throw a get-me-over fastball to behind in the count 3-1. Although, frankly, the prospect of facing Dane Camphausen now might be just as daunting. 3-1 on the way. Fastball, low and out, ball 4. Maybe missed a shade outside. Again, going from the previous game where the home plate umpire, Jorsey Hager, had a little bit more latitude to his strike zone. Here, a little bit tighter. And the Spartans so far working it to their advantage. Back-to-back walks to start the bottom of the first. And now Dane Camphausen, who hit about 600 miles an hour of baseball in game 1, steps up here for game 2. Dane homered, his 8th of the season, his first since real early in the year, and then sends that one up the elevator chute behind home plate. Kelman there, battling the wind, and he makes the catch. Kelman, for a second, looked like he might have lost that one, but he's able to fade back and put that away for the first out of the inning. So Camphausen trying to ambush Turco Rivas on the first pitch of the at-bat, and a good idea there, good thought. After Turco Rivas had walked the first 2 batters, a safe bet by Camphausen that he probably would have gotten a decent pitch to hit there, but doesn't do much with it. Is that one by Stilson at the plate, fouled off, 0-1. Stilson hitting at .338 on the year. He's was 1 for 5 in the first game with a base hit. 5 home runs, 30 runs batted in for Stilson this season. Looking for a big first inning hit here with 2 on and 1 away. The 0-1. Below the knees. With an 89-mile-an-hour fastball. I think Turco Rivas is throwing a four-seamer and a two-seamer, it looks like. About a 5-mile-an-hour difference between the two. That was a slider, I believe, on the outside corner for a strike. And it's 1-2 now on Stilson. So whatever the pitching coach, Eddie Medina, said to Turco Rivas seemed to work. The runners go. The pitch popped up first base side, foul and out of play. And the count stays at 1-2 on Stilson. One and two the count. And a turn and look back. One of my favorite things in watching on a Friday afternoon like this, a baseball game, one of my favorite things is watching the students wander up to the ballpark with their work in hand. And it's amazing how many people you see as Stilson chops that one to third. Could be two. Done to the base for one. Throw to first. Won't be in time. So it'll be a fielder's choice for Stilson. The inning will continue. Anderson out at third, and now 2 on, 2 away for Franco Alonso. Alonso hitting at .360 on the year. Looking for a big base hit here to give the Spartans the lead. Swing and a miss at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Alonso ramped up on that one. Knee-high strike, 0-2. Alonso had 2 hits and 4 at-bats in the first game of the doubleheader. Behind in the count here, 0-2 against Turco Rivas. The 0-2 pitch. And it just misses outside. Slider there brings the count to 1-2. One-two offering on the way. Runners go. The pitch tipped into the catcher's glove for strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So back-to-back walks to start the top of the first for the Spartans, but those 2 runners left stranded, and we'll move into the second in a scoreless game. Mockless followed by Ruggiero and Franchini due up for NYU. 5, 6, and 7 in the Violets order when we return. Costa Mockless, first pitch swinging, and that's deposited over the wall and left for a home run. His second of the day. Costa Mockless hits the 5th home run of the day for NYU, his 10th of the season. And the Violets once again jump out in front of the Spartans with their power bats cooking today. It's 1-0. So 1-0 the score on a solo home run, first pitch of the inning. And now Eric Colgrove, who worked around a leadoff hit batter in the first inning, now finds himself trailing 1-0. Delivers that pitch down and out for a ball, 1-0. All of a sudden, a big game here for the Spartans, who can find themselves out of first place in the UAA. Actually will find themselves in all likelihood out of first place in the UAA with another loss here. Again, the Spartans are facing NYU and Brandeis over the course of these final 2 series, and you would think that after winning 3 of 4 against Wash U, as Anderson took that off of a sensitive spot, and the home plate umpire, that's Jeffrey Clifford, will head out to make sure everything is, well, he'll head out to talk to Eric Colgrove here. He'll dust the plate off. It's the umpire's courtesy. Jack, tough guy. He's just going to settle back in. Say, bring it on here. 2-1 the count. Colgrove rocks and delivers. That one's fouled off by Ruggiero, 2-2. Ruggiero now hitting at .412 on the year. He's got 1 home run, 27 runs batted in. Not bad when your 6-hitter is batting over 400. Again, this is a good NYU lineup. They always seem to be a good hitting team. So that one chopped foul. Count stays at 2-2. Colgrove is coming off his best start of the season. He went 6 innings against Chicago last week, and despite taking the loss, allowed just 2 unearned runs, as that's off the handle of the bat. Count stays at 2-2. Second time today we've seen that. Jack Anderson took one off his bat handle earlier. 6 innings pitched against Chicago for Colgrove, allowed just 4 hits, no walks. He struck out 7. Finds himself behind already here. 1-0. Ground ball hit up towards the middle. Over to get it is Alonso, throwing off his back foot to first, not in time. The ball will roll away. Tracking it down is Camphausen. That'll be an infield single.
Now batting number 2, CJ Francini.
So runner on now. Still nobody out and run already in for NYU here in the second. This will be CJ Francini up at the plate. And he takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. Francini 2 for 4 in the first game of the doubleheader. He's hitting at .317. Important for the Spartans, to get a win here today, but beyond that, just to get this game in today is important. If some circumspect weather coming tomorrow, runner goes, throw goes down to second, the tag, plenty of time for the out. 2-6 on the caught stealing. It was called a strike at the plate, so it's a 1-1 count on Francini. So the base runner erased. Nice job there by Jack Anderson. That one fouled away, 1-2. In the air, deep towards center, but Harms there. Lines it up in front of the scoreboard, puts it away for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone now.
Batting, number 21, Jack Kelman.
I'll bring Jack Kelman to the plate, who's hitting at just 149 on the year, but had a couple of productive at-bats in the early game. Ended up going 1 for 3 with a run and RBI. Was hit by a pitch as well. That one misses outside for a ball to Kelman. 1-0. Bases empty, 2 away. Colgrove in his second inning of work. Here in the top of the second, NYU with a solo home run from Costa Maklis. So that's fouled back. 1-1 on Kelman. That came earlier in the inning, gave the Violets a 1-0 lead. Spartans threading into the bottom of the first, but nothing to show for it. Now find themselves trailing in this one. It's been that kind of a day for Case Western Reserve, as Anderson tried to frame that one, but gets past him. So the count now 2-1 on Kelman with 2 away and the bases empty. Colgrove right down the center of the rubbers, sets and delivers his 2-1 pitch. Tropper back up towards the middle. Going to be a tough play for Alonso, and it gets through for a base hit. So Kelman continuing to swing a good bat here into the second game of the day. That's already the third hit of the inning for NYU.
Now batting, number 1,
And now they will, at the very least, clear the bottom of the order with Dakota Barbette coming up, the 9-hitter. Barbette, a good 9-hitter, though. He was 1 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader, scored 2 runs. Now hitting at 309 on the season. And that hit him. So Barbette hit by the pitch, second hit batter by Colgrove. That has been a bit of an issue for Colgrove this season. He's now hit 9 batters in his 22 innings of work this year.
now batting, number 8, Harrison Blue Ice.
And Colgrove has been the third starter for the Spartans through the first 2 weekends of the season. First 3, weekends of the UAA season. As the leadoff hitter Blue Weiss, who was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat, stands up, takes a fastball, misses outside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0 on the way. Grounded foul, 1-1. Spartans have won 2 of Colgrove's 3 starts during the UAA play. Won his games against Wash and Emory. Again, he lost last week against Chicago after allowing a pair of unearned runs. Swing and a miss there by Blue Eyes. And count now at 1-2. See if Colgrove can get out of the inning without any further damage. Trying to finish off the hitter here. Blue Eyes at the plate, hitting at 254. A 1-2 pitch. In the air, deep down the line and right. If it's fair, it's trouble. And it is fair, a home run. Second home run of the day and the season for Blue Eyes. That one just hugged the line. And NYU has jumped out in front. Their 6th home run through the first 11 innings of this series. And they now lead 4-0. Well, NYU has come out swinging here.
Now batting, number 3, Nick Argenziano.
And the Spartans struggling, find themselves behind again. They were down 3-0 in the first game. Ended up coming back, taking a 7-6 lead in that one, leading 6-5 actually, and 7-6. They're going to have their work cut out for them again, trying to get on the comeback trail here as Nick Argenziano takes that down and out, ball 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. Two-one pitch. Outside corner, 3-1. Off the outside corner, I should say. A little extra on that 88 there from Colgrove, but couldn't find the zone. Now the 3-1. And it's up and in. 87-mile-an-hour fastball for ball 4. Another base runner on here.
Number 4, Cam Dunn.
No action in the Spartan bullpen. Case Western Reserve a little bit short-handed here after using both Barnes and Stankowski in game 1. Colgrove looking a little frustrated on the mound, kind of motioning with his hand there. And I'm not sure what has him a little frustrated, but a good time for Steve Grunberg, the pitching coach, to come out and try to calm him down. Again, a 4-run game, not an impossible lead for the Spartans, or a possible lead to overcome for the Spartans. But they've got to start getting some pitching here. They've now allowed 17 runs in the first 11 innings of this series. And again, 6 of those on home runs. Now, again, NYU, a team that has certainly given up their share of runs this year, especially in UAA play. First pitch on the way to Cam Dunn. And missed inside, ball 1. Another one a little inside, and it's 2-0. That time came with a strike, a change-up there, I believe. And I believe we have our first broken window of the 2025 baseball season on the dorm located off to foul territory here. Swing and a miss at that pitch. And Anderson might have been caught a bit on the backswing there. Jack Anderson takes off his glove. He's smiling, but, you know, we want to make sure Jack's okay here. Might be bleeding a little bit. I'm trying to see. He's holding up that elbow. I think that's where it caught him. Not sure if it was the bat or the ball. Yeah, I think that his elbow took the worst of that. Can't see what's getting taped up here, but Jack taking a bit of a beating behind home plate today in general. Seen a couple times already this inning. You know, Jack just wants to get back out there, and you know, he seems fine. Just again, got to patch him up a little here. Jack will be okay. He'll stay in the game. Meanwhile, it's a 2-2 count on Dunn with a runner on and 2 away. Colgrove has to take a warm-up here. And He seems to be okay. Two and two the count, two away. Argenziano at first, done at the plate. 4-0 the score. Slider misses off for a ball. It's 3-2. In the dirt, ball 4. Boy, this just feels like one of those days where if you're the Spartans, nothing is going as planned and just have to try to find a way to piece it together here against a hot-hitting NYU team. Typically when the Spartans have gotten in trouble this season, when the pitching has gotten in trouble, it hasn't been that they've given up hits or hard hit balls. It's been the walks, but it's been the opposite today. They have been hit hard. I'll bring Nate Pilata to the plate, who homered in the first game, and he takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Colgrove up to 44 pitches now with 2 outs here in the second. And that ball hit in the air, center field. Harms lines it up and puts it away for the out. But the Violets hit around in the second. They score 4 on home runs by Moklis and Blue Weiss. And we'll move along into the bottom of the second. The Spartans bats with some work to do. It'll be Smith, Andreyko, and Carinci due up when we return. 4-0, Case Western Reserve trailing. Well, the Spartans huddled outside their dugout in between innings as they'll try to get anything going momentum-wise on what has been a sluggish day. And again, they hit the ball well in the first game. But in game 2 so far, got 2 on, couldn't cash in, and NYU turns around and scores 4 in the second. And now the Spartans are going to have to try to go to work here. Bottom of the order, 6, 7, and 8 for Case Western Reserve. Smith, Andreyko, and Carinci due up to start the frame. First pitch up high to Jay Smith, 1-0. Again, not only are you trying to piece together today, but trying to think of a way to piece together the rest of the weekend. Jay Smith, the Goshen, Kentucky product, a senior playing right field today. 311 hitter on the year. Hits that in the air, foul down the third base side, and it's 2-1. Smith was 1 for 4 with an RBI hit in the 9th inning of the first game of the doubleheader. Turco Rivas in his second inning of work. The 2-1, swung on, line drive, center field, base hit. Well, and that's how you get it going. One hit at a time if you're the Spartans right now, as Logan Andreyko will come to the plate. Andreyko 1 for 4 with 2 runs in the game. First game, I should say. Second game here, getting his first at bat. They will play Logan back at third. Double play depth in the infield, which is the smart move here. Logan not really a threat to bunt as much, especially with a 4-run deficit. Ground ball, first base side, just foul. He got out in front of that one, hit it hard, but foul down that side. 91 miles an hour off the bat for Andreyko. One. Inside, 2-1. NYU turned 2 double plays against the Spartans in the first game of the doubleheader. Zach Carinci waiting out on deck. The 2-1 to Andreyko. Squares the bunt nicely down the third base side. Picked up by Turco Rivas. Throw to first is high and gets down the line. Coming around to score is Jay Smith. Going to third is Andreyko. Here comes the throw, and it's not in time. And that'll be an infield bunt single for Andreyko, plus a 2-base error, and the Spartans on the board. It's 4-1. So an unearned run for the moment, at least. Andreyko would have had the base hit either way. Second hit of the game for the Spartans. Andreyko now at third with nobody out, and Zach Carinci the batter, as that one is taken up and in for a ball, 1-0. So I'll tell you a fun story here in a second. Fastball there for a called strike. It's 1-1. So I'm lucky. My family showed up here to the game today. My son and daughter and wife watching from the front row, actually. I think they're blocking the kids with the radar guns right now, but that's a called strike. So over the summer, Zach helped out, taught my son Cody a little bit about baseball. We live in Solon, Zach from nearby Twinsburg, and so I just heard my son yell out, "Go, Zach!" Let's see if Zach can cash in a base hit here. With maybe his biggest fan watching from the stands. Well, I shouldn't say that. His biggest fan is always watching from the stands. His dad is sitting down the third base side right now. That one down the third base line, and there you go. Base hit for Zach Carinci. He'll go to second. Here comes the throw. It's offline, and Zach Carinci with an RBI double as he continues his assault on UAA pitching, and the Spartans back to within 2. It's 4-2. So that'll bring up Nate Arterburn. We'll see Arterburn, a good bunter. So he certainly could try to lay one down here. Not sure if he'll do that down 2 in this situation, even though it's early in the game. He takes that one outside for a ball, 1-0. The other thing Arterburn's certainly capable of doing is waiting to make sure the fielders stay back before laying down that bunt. They're cheating in on him now. As he hits that up in the air, shallow center, could be trouble. Going back as the shortstop, and making the catch is Barbette for the first out of the inning. So Arterburn pops out. One gone here in the second, and now it'll be up to Jack Anderson with a runner in scoring position and one away. Jack drew a walk in his first at bat. Was left stranded. Actually, there was a race from the base paths, I believe, on a fielder's choice. Either way, did not come around to score. He's hitting at .333, an RBI opportunity for him here. And he takes the first pitch slider on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Carinci, good speed at second. Should score in a base hit to the outfield. Anderson awaits the 0-1. Long wait. Now the pitch. And that's hit in the air. First base side. It'll get foul and out of play. That one takes a hop off Finnegan Way. The alley down the first base side here at Nobby's ballpark. Here's the 0-2 now to Anderson. Jack, a good two-strike hitter. And he hits that third base side through for a base hit. Just under Cam Dunn's glove. Currency will come around standing up. An RBI single for Jack Anderson as the Spartans peppering that left field line this inning. And it's now a one-run game. So that'll bring Nick Harms to the plate now. Fourth hit of the inning for the Spartans, who are back within a run, and Harms will step up here and a chance to give the team a lead with one big swing. Harms drew a walk in his first at-bat, was left stranded at second base. And got a pitch to hit there, but fouled it off, and the count's 0-1. That's a fastball with some movement on it, I think is the best way to phrase that. Not sure if that's a cutter or a two-seamer. Something, though, at 88 miles an hour from Turco Rivas. Is that one in the air? Left center field. Base hit for Harms. So let's see how fast Jack Anderson can run. He'll be waved around third. Harms digging for third. Anderson will score. The throw is cut off. And it's an RBI triple for Nick Harms to tie the game. Let's go do the roller coaster, folks. The bubbles flying. Everyone having a good time here as the Spartans even the score up 4-4. So the Spartans' bats coming alive. And now Dane Camphausen will be the batter. Camphausen popped up to the catcher with 2 on and nobody out in the first. And hits that one in the air deep towards center. Should get the run in. Catch is made in center. Harms will tag. Blue Eyes will just get the ball in. No chance to get Harms. It's a 103-mile-an-hour fly ball to deep center field for Camphausen. That'll go as a sacrifice fly. And the Spartans take the lead with a 5-run inning. It's now 5-4, Case Western Reserve. So the base is now empty for Tyler Stilson. And the first pitch, a called strike, 0-1. Off the outside corner, Turco Rivas working quickly there as the count goes to 1-1. Called strike. Slider that might have hung up a little high. And it's now 1-2 count on Stilson. And that ball lined right field, base hit. So Tyler Stilson with his first hit of the game. And the Spartans having a productive inning here. So a 2-away, the Spartans will send their 9th batter to the plate of the inning. It's Franco Alonso, who struck out swinging in the first against Turco Rivas. Fastball outside, 1-0. Alonso hitting a .357 on the season. 6 hits in the inning for the Spartans. Fastball misses outside. Good job to try to frame it by Kelman, but can't get the call. Here's the 2-0. Fastball for a called strike. Right on the black on that upper inside corner. Perfect pitch from Turco Rivas at 86. That was that two-seamer, I think, again from him. 2-1. And Alonso gets under it, lifts it to pretty deep right center field, but playable for Blue Eyes, who will put it away for the final out. But the Spartans send 9 batters to the plate in the second. They score 5 runs on 6 hits and take advantage of 1 error. And we'll move along into the third. NYU coming back up to bat. And we'll stay with you here in between innings. Got a couple special visitors coming up here. So I'm going to do this now. So this is my son, Cody. Cody, can you talk into the microphone and say hi?
Hi.
Hi. Danielle, you want to come over too? Hi. Danielle, how old are you? 3, yeah. And Cody, how old are you?
5
5
and a half.
5.5? Yeah. And let me ask you guys something. Are you having fun at the game today?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you like watching baseball?
Yeah.
Okay, who are you rooting for?
Case Western.
Good job. That's the right answer.
For KSO too.
Oh, you're rooting for Case Estern?
Daddy,
Good job, Danielle.
Zach scored a run where someone got a run.
Yeah, did he? He had the double, right? Impressive. That's why I told everybody that you're Zach's biggest fan in the front row there. You were cheering for him, right? Yeah. Well, thank you guys for coming up. I'm sure everyone was excited to meet you. Bye. I'll see you in a little bit, guys. Well, thank you all for listening in. I'm sure we got two very excited kids. This is their first Case Western Reserve baseball game here today. At least their first one at home, so I know they're both excited and excited to get a little action here with the Spartans' bats coming alive in the bottom of the second inning. So it's 5-4 as we move along. Let's see if Eric Colgrove can settle in a little bit here. He'll start the inning off against Costa Maklis, who ambushed him on the first pitch of the second inning with a solo home run, his 10th of the season. That leads all NYU players. First pitch on the way from Colgrove. That one misses down and out. Started him off with a slider for ball one. Maklis now hitting at .390 on the year. 2 home runs now for him today. 2 home runs for Blue Eyes as well. Again, NYU has looked very impressive at the plate so far. That ball in the air, center field, deep. Going back is Harms, still going back on the track right in front of the 400-foot sign, makes the catch for the out. Again, the ball has been traveling well today, but we've seen these two teams go back and forth. This is a big inning for Eric Colgrove and the Spartans. If you are Case Western Reserve right now, you have seen NYU take every punch you've thrown at them and throw 2 back in exchange. And right now, if you're the Spartans and you're Eric Colgrove, this is your opportunity to really put your foot down and try to make that 1-run lead stand up here for at least 1 inning. Hard liner, third base side, base hit. Ruggiero with the hit down the left field line. He'll pull into second with a double, his second hit of the game. And boy, Ruggiero having himself quite the day.
Now batting, number 2.
He went 3 for 5 in the first game, 2 for 2 here in game 2. And now he represents the potential game-tying run at second base, as C.J. Franchini will be the batter. Franchini flew out to center field in the second inning. First pitch. Outside, ball 1 from Colgrove. Colgrove, we saw getting up into the high 80s with his fastball. That one came in at 83, a little bit slower. Breaking ball down the first base line, fair ball. Just under Dane Camphausen's glove. Jay Smith gets it. Here comes the throw to second. The tag is in time for the out. Great throw from right field from Jay Smith. Ruggiero comes around to score, but Jay Smith keeps the runner out of scoring position. It's tied again, 5-5 the score, but a good job there by Smith to help limit the runner. And now with 2 gone, a 5-5 game, and the batter at the plate will be Jack Kelman, who takes it outside for a ball, 1-0. Line, foul. Kelman singled in his first at bat. 1 for 3 in the first game as well. He's now up to 167. He entered the day hitting at just 136, so that average going up. Swing and a miss there. Good slider. And it's now 1-2 count on Kelman. See if Colgrove can get through this inning. 1-2 from Eric. Swung on, grounded over to second. Should be an easy play for Alonso, whose throw to first is true for the out. And that will end the third. A run on 2 hits, though, for NYU. A pair of doubles, well, a double and a single bring across a run. And that'll send us to the third. Each team tied with 5 runs and 6 hits apiece. We'll move to the third. It'll be Smith, Andreyko, and Carinci. 5, 6, 7, and 8 in the Spartans' order when we come back. I will never get tired of Jay Smith walking to the plate to a little wham. I think that's Wham and not George Michael, but Careless Whisper once again playing on the loudspeakers. Jay Smith turning on another one and fouling it back. And the count goes to 0-1. Jay is singled to lead off the second inning, eventually came around to score the first run of the frame in an inning that the Spartans scored 5 runs. Same 3 to start the inning off after Case Western Reserve hit around in the second. It's all tied at 5-5. Give you a quick update from Emory where the score is currently tied 5-5 there as well in their only game of the day between the Eagles and the Maroons. A big series there. If you're the Spartans, I think you're looking for a split of that one. That would be the optimal outcome. Ground ball, first base side fouled off by Smith. WashU a 2-1 lead on Brandeis currently. I believe they're playing 1 there as well today. Only place that switched to the Friday doubleheaders here in Cleveland is a ball foul tipped. Smith just getting a piece of that to stay alive. Well, let's see if Jay can make the most of renewed life at the plate. Well, let's see what happens now as Jeff Clifford, the home plate umpire, walking down to have a talk with Dorsey Hager, the umpire out in the field, and let's see if they keep this as a foul ball. Yeah, they'll keep it as a foul, so 1-2 still the count. Antonio Turco Rivas allowed 2 walks in the first, but kept the Spartans off the board. He gave up 5 runs on 6 hits in the second inning, and facing Smith to lead off the third, his 1-2. And Jay Smith fouls another one off. Nothing else. Smith could try to work deep into the count here after falling behind early. Turco Rivas now at 55 pitches with nobody out in the third. Ground ball to short. Barbette fields it, throws, and it's a poor throw. That's a bit up the line, and Smith's safe at first. That'll be an error on the throw. Good job by Smith to hustle down the line. And now Logan Andreyko will bat here with a runner at first and nobody out. And Draco singled in his first at bat. Now hitting a .298 on the year. He's got 2 hits in 5 at bats over the 2 games today to go along with a walk. Throw down to first to keep Smith close. Jay's stolen 2 bases on 3 attempts this year. Runner goes, the throw down to second, and Smith is safe. Started that slide a little early, but was able to get there ahead of the throw, which came just a bit to the third base side and out in front of the bag. So runner in scoring position now, the potential go-ahead run, and Draco ahead 1-0 at the count. He had that bunt single his first time up. And swings through that. It's a 1-1 count. Yeah, that is, I believe, a 2-seamer. I think that Turco Rivas is throwing. That was at 85, but a spin efficiency in 80. That normally indicates either like a changeup or something. A straight fastball, I think, is usually a little higher as that misses upside. Spin rate is high too, so yeah, he's throwing something with some movement on it, probably, I think. That fair to say? I'm looking at Sela here. I don't know what. I'm just looking at numbers on a screen. In the dirt, pickoff attempt down to second, gets into center field, and Smith will stay there. 3-1 count on Draco. Good job by Smith to not run his way out of the inning and try to take that extra bag. Each team with 5 runs on 6 hits. NYU has committed a pair of errors. Here's a 3-1. And outside, ball 4.
Now batting number 31, Zach Carinci.
Now brings Zach Carinci to the plate. Carinci an RBI double in his first at bat, scored a run as well. For Carinci now, 3 hits in 5 at bats today. As he continues to swing a red-hot bat, the average is up to .305 on the season for him. Takes the first pitch, fastball up high. It's 1-0. 1-0. 2-0. The pace for Turco Rivas slows down significantly with runners on base. He is a very quick worker with the bases empty, but slows it down somewhat once he gets guys on. We've seen that here this inning. 2-0. That'll be a strike on the outside corner. Generous strike there brings the count to 2-1. One appeared to be outside to Carinci. Up and in, 3-1. A walk here would load the bases with Nate Arterburn out on deck. He already has a base hit today. Or actually, pardon me, he's 0 for 1. That one grounded to short. Could be 2, but it's bobbled by the shortstop. He can't find the ball. It's the second error of the inning for Barbette.
Now batting number 4, Nate Otterburn.
And that will load the bases with nobody out for Arterburn. And if you're the Spartans here, you have got to make NYU pay for the defense this inning. Third error of the game for NYU through the first 3 innings here. And the Spartans have loaded the bases on 2 errors and a walk so far. Now it's up to Nate Arterburn with the bases loaded. He takes a fastball, called a strike on the outside corner. That strike zone opening up a little bit here as this game has gone on. Here's the 0-1. And the breaking ball misses down and away. 1-1 the count. Bases filled with Spartans. Smith at third, Andraco at second, Carinci, the runner at first, is Arterburn fouls that back. It's a 1-2 count. Well, if you're Arterburn here, you've got to stay out of the double play. That's the biggest thing. Frankly, with Anderson and Harms to follow, a strikeout isn't the worst, but that one grounded hard to third. Throw comes to the plate for one. On to first, and there is the double play. 5-2-3, and that is a huge play turned by NYU. It'll be second and third. Well done by the Violets and Cam Dunn, who started that. So second and third now, 2 away. And Jack Anderson, who has an RBI single in his last at-bat, 1 for 1 in the game with a walk as well. He's got 3 hits so far through the first 2 games here of the series. And this is a big at-bat for Jack. Takes a breaking ball on the inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Jack's single in his last at-bat drove in a run. It came with an 0-2 count. Turco Rivas up to 71 pitches now. Again, gotta get some runs here if you're the Spartans. That's in the dirt. Blocked well by the catcher, Kelman. Well, pick your poison here if you're Turco Rivas. You've got Jack Anderson up at the plate. You've got Nick Harms to follow. So you can pitch Anderson carefully. Is that ball in the gap? Deep towards right center field, and that is off the base of the wall. 2 runs will score easily. Anderson's going to stop at second with a 2 RBI double and a huge base hit for Jack Anderson, an opposite field double, and the Spartans regain the lead at 7-5. Pair of unearned runs, the 2 errors in the inning coming back to bite the Violets. And let's see, as Doug Kimbler comes out, that might be it for Turco Rivas here. We'll see if he goes to the bullpen. You would think if he has a lefty warming up, this is a good opportunity to bring him in, and he will. So Kimbler going to the bullpen as NYU now trailing 7-5. We'll be back in just a minute. Well, the Spartans' bats have come awake here. It's now 7-5 as the Spartans score 7 against Turco Rivas. Still a runner out on his account, and a new pitcher coming into the game will be Trey Miller. Miller, the left-handed first year out of Glen Elg, Maryland, Glen Elg Country High School. A 5'10", 180-pound lefty coming in for the lefty-lefty matchup against Nick Harms. On the season, Miller making his 10th appearance of the year. No record, no saves, and 11.37 ERA for Miller, who has allowed 9 runs, 8 of them earned on 9 hits and 4 walks over his 6 1/3 innings of work. Opponents hitting .333 against him. He has struck out 6, so about a strikeout per inning for Miller. Take a look at his stats here. Sometimes, if you're a relief pitcher, you can pitch good, but a couple bad outings can cost you. And really, that's the case for Miller. If you look at his numbers, he gave up 3 runs in his first career appearance, 3 runs in his second career appearance. So in the 7 since, he's allowed just 2 runs. And so he has pitched better and will be facing Harms here. And that first pitch down and away for a ball. And taking third on a stolen base is Jack Anderson. So now the runner moves up to third for Harms with 2 away. If you're Anderson and you're going to steal there, you have to know you're going to get that bag. And Anderson did so, but you can't get caught stealing third for Jack. That is his 7th stolen base of the year. He's now 90 feet away. Here's the 1-0. And that's taken for a called strike. I think a 79-mile-an-hour fastball on that lower outside corner. Maybe the changeup, actually. Let's see. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 71-mile-an-hour slider or curve there. And it's now 1-2 count as Harms ramped up on that one. And whatever that pitch was, throw it again if you're Trey Miller. Anderson drawing a lot of attention at third. He has been dancing off that bag aggressively, trying to draw the attention of the pitcher Miller. 1-2. That one stays away. I think that's his fastball. We've stumped Sela here in the press box. She's got a look on her face right now. But, and again, we get a timeout here. And they're going to call a balk. So a balk on the pitcher, and Anderson will come in to score. That's the second balk called against a Violet pitcher today that has resulted in a run coming across. So the Spartans add on another one. It's now 8-5. Count still 2-2 on Harms at the plate. Fastball down and away. 3-2. Well, now the 3-2 to Harms. Miller delivers. Ground ball, first base side. Nice stop by the first baseman, Argenziano, who steps on the bag to get the out and take a hit away from Nick Harms. But the Spartans add on 3 more runs, all unearned, taking advantage of 2 errors in the frame. And Case Western Reserve will take an 8-5 lead into the 4th. We'll be back in just a minute. The Spartans hoping to hold on to the lead here as we resume play. It'll be the 9-1 and 2 hitters for NYU, Barbette, Blue Eyes, and Argenziano when we return. Dakota Barbette set to lead things off. And takes the first pitch from Eric Colgrove, who's thrown 55 today, down low for ball 1, 1-0. We'll see if Colgrove can put up a 0 this inning. He has worked into and out of and sometimes through trouble throughout the day today, and now just trying to give the Spartans a little bit of length. Falls behind 2-0. Taken in 3-0. And inside, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk, and again, not what you want to do if you're Colgrove here. And we've seen this throughout the day. This has been a rough day for the Spartans pitchers, and it's just little things like that. And if you're Colgrove there, you're facing the 9-hitter. And again, Dakota Barbette is not your typical 9-hitter. He could swing the bat, a veteran hitter at the plate, as Blue Eyes takes that for a called strike, 0-1. But that being said, you know, last thing you want to do after your team gives you a 3-run lead is walk the leadoff hitter, who also happens to be the 9-hitter. That ball in the air, deep towards left, but Andreyko is there and lunges to make the catch for the first out of the inning. 1 retired. So we'll see if Colgrove can work around that one. Called strike, snap throw to first, not in time. Argenziano at the plate, 0 for 1, a fly out and a walk in his 2 trips so far against Colgrove. Boy, see if the Spartans get a little bit of momentum here. Try to get Argenziano to roll one up. Nice job there by Anderson, 1-1. Yeah, it's just been one of those days where really nobody that the Spartans have thrown out there seemed to have a good handle on where the ball is going. Two and one now, the count. Pickoff attempt again at first. Almost got him. Barbette with 4 stolen bases on as many tries this season. Another pickoff attempt. Kyle Geerding, I believe, is up in the bullpen. Nope, that's Anton Sabo, who's gotten up in the bullpen for the Spartans. Another pickoff attempt and almost got him again. Barbette came diving back in. There have been a few close ones out there. And again, a throw over. That time Barbette barely took a step off the bag. Two-one on the way. Handcuffs him. Holding up there is Argenziano, and the count now at 3-1. At some point, if you're Colgrove, want to make sure your focus stays on the guy at the plate. Especially on a day where you're struggling to find the zone a bit. Pops him up, shortstop. Arterburn back on the edge of the grass. Underneath it, makes the catch. And there are 2 gone. So 2 away now for Cam Dunn. Dunn, the third baseman, 0 for 1 in the game with a pop out and a walk. Pickoff attempt again. Barbette, I think, has walked a square mile between first and about 3 feet off first during this trip around the bases. Dunn takes that at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. On and away, 1-1. Colgrove doing a good job holding Barbette at first. He gets a little bigger. Now the pitch to the plate. Swung on, fouled off. It's 1-2. Chance for a scoreless inning for Colgrove here in the fourth. He rocks and delivers. Well outside. That'll get to the backstop. And moving up to second is Barbette. After all that work, holding him on at first. All it takes is one wild pitch. And Matt Englander coming out now. Let's see, is he going to make a pitching change here with a 2-2 count? Yeah, he is. So with a 3-run lead, a 2-2 count, and 2 outs in the inning, Matt Englander going to the bullpen. We'll be back in just a minute. 8-5 the score. Anton Sabo coming in when we return. Well, the day done for Eric Colgrove, who goes 3 2/3. Will leave the game with a 2-2 count on Dunn. And turn it over to Anton Sabo. This will be Sabo's batter, regardless of the outcome with a 2-2 count. If it was 3-1 and Sabo issued a walk, then the at-bat would be charged to Colgrove. But again, with the count even, whatever the result of this at-bat is, it's Sabo's. Sabo on the year, making his 6th appearance. He's 1-0 with a 6.14 ERA through 7 1/3 innings. He has struck out 6, yet to walk a batter. He's given up 11 hits, a .333 opponent's average. And Sabo looking for one big strike here to try to send the team back to the dugout to get the bats working again. 2-2 on the way. Sabo from the stretch delivers. Fastball down low. Full count, 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way with the runner at second and 2 away. Barbette takes his lead. Sabo rocks and delivers. He'll go. That ball skied in the air down the line in right and well out of play, and the count stays at 3-2. Another payoff pitch coming from Sabo to Dunn. 3-2 on the way. Ground ball up the middle. Sabo takes it off his leg, and that will be a base hit. And let's see if Sabo's okay. Boy, he is trying to walk it off here, but he took that hard off his leg. 96 off the bat. Barbette goes to third. And now the concern is for Anton Sabo. Base hit there. So the 7th hit of the game for NYU. Let's see. See if Sabo could put any pressure on that right now. Ayush Shetty has gotten up in the bullpen just in case. And Oliver Miller is up as well. We're going to take a look at Sabo's leg. He kind of pulled up his pant leg, pulled down his sock. Rachel Hollerin, the trainer, out. And let's see if he's going to stay in. Assuming he can put pressure on the leg, he'll probably get a warm-up pitch or two just to see how he is. You see him take a deep breath. He's shaking that leg off. If he stays in this game, it's going to be a big situation for him here. And let's see what Sabo could do. Kind of crow hop one off the mound. Let's see if he takes a true warm-up pitch. You want to see, I believe it was the plant leg or the landing leg, and seems to be okay. Yeah, he looks fine, and that's a good sign. And so Sabo's going to try to tough this one out. He'll be facing the cleanup hitter, Nate Pelota, representing the potential game-tying run with 2 away and runners on the corners. It's an 8-5 lead, but no lead has felt safe for either team today. So I think Sabo's going to be okay to continue. Again, I think the goal is for Sabo to try to tough his way through one hitter here, at least. And maybe get some ice on that leg. So Nate Pelota will be the batter. Pelota hitting a .315 on the year. He's 0 for 2 in the second game, but finished the first game 1 for 3 with a 3-run homer. A similar blast here would tie the score at 8 apiece. First pitch from Sabo. Nice one on the inside corner. You hold your breath on that first pitch after an injury like that. You don't know if it's going to go to the backstop. You don't know if it's going to be a meatball down the middle. But Sabo threw a nice fastball on the upper inside portion of the plate for strike one. Here comes his 0-1. It's down low for a ball. Sabo, the southpaw. A first-year, 6'4", 220-pound lefty out of Falcon Heights, Minnesota. His 1-1. Fastball stays outside, 2-1. Big jam to get out of here for Sabo, the 2-1 pitch. Just off the outside corner with the fastball, and the count now to 3-1. A hitter's out count for Pelota, at the plate. 3-1 on the way. Runner goes. The pitch popped up. Behind home plate. Anderson gives a look, but it's foul. And the count now full 3-2. 87-mile-an-hour fastball there from Sabo, who I think has thrown only fastballs in this at-bat. Might have gone in with a slider earlier on. So 3-2. Runner will get the early start. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4, and that will put the potential game-tying run on the base paths. And with the bases loaded, will bring the potential go-ahead run to the plate in the form of Costa Machlis, who is so far today hit 2 home runs, 1 in the first game, a solo shot in the second. So let's see what Sabo can do here. Again, NYU has had a response to every Spartan rally today. Can they find the answer here after the Spartans scored 3 in the bottom of the third? Now have the bases loaded and 2 away in the top of the fourth. Slider for a strike. And Sabo ahead 0-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sabo got Machlis to chase the high fastball, and the Violets leave the bases loaded in the fourth. No runs on a hit, 3 left on. We'll move to the bottom half of the inning, and the Spartans will have the heart of the order coming up, looking to add on to a 3-run lead. Camphausen, Stilson, and Alonso due up when we come back. Dane Camphausen begins the inning with a 111-mile-an-hour scorcher off the bat for a double down the left field line, and he will do a dance at second base as he rudely greets the second Argenziano brother of the weekend here for NYU. This is Joseph Argenziano. And the batter now will be Tyler Stilson. Joseph Argenziano making his 9th appearance out of the bullpen this season. He's 2-0 with a 2.16 ERA. Stilson fouls that one off. And it's 0-1 on Tyler, who picked up a hit in his last at-bat and is 1 for 2 in the game. 8 1/3 innings this season for Argenziano. He's allowed 4 runs, 2 earned on 8 hits with 4 strikeouts and 4 walks. Opponents hitting .276 against him. Stilson holds up and takes that for a ball. And the count evens 1-1. And an excuse me swing, fouled off. And the count to 1-2 on Stilson. Stilson a couple of hits today, has that average at .341 for the year. Again, his bat slowed down a little bit. The Spartans hoping to get him back to early season when he was one of the better hitters on the team. Still is, but swings and misses there as he went chasing the slider down and away for a ball. Went chasing it for strike 3, I should say. And there's one away here with a runner at second for the Spartans. And Franco Alonso, who's 0 for 2 in the game, coming to the plate. Mentioned earlier that one grounded to short. Barbette Fields throws, another throw offline, but they'll say Nick Argenziano held the bag. And there are 2 gone. Camphausen has to wait at second. Joseph, one of 3 Argenziano, I believe, brothers on the team. Nick Argenziano, who's played at first base throughout the day, a graduate student. Mentioned Joseph, another graduate student. So you would think twins, but certainly a little bit of ambiguity with graduate students. They might be a bit further apart than that. The other Argenziano brother is... where is he on here? Dan Argenziano, the sophomore out of Cloister, New Jersey. So the little brother. Looked like a change-up for a called strike, and the count now 1-1 on Jay Smith. Smith singled and reached base on an error in his 2 trips to the plate today. 1 for 2, hitting at .317 on the season. An RBI opportunity with 2 outs for Smith. Takes the breaking ball for a called strike, and it's 1-2. And Argenziano a strike away from a very quick inning here in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch to Smith on the way, and he sends that one down the line in left, but foul. Count will stay at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball stays outside, and it's 2-2. Camphausen led the inning off with a double. He's still at second base. 2-2 to Smith. And he pops it up shallow right. Could be trouble, but should hang up there long enough. Coming over now and making the catch is the right fielder Mockless, and that will end the inning. So a leadoff double for Camphausen, who stays hot, but he's left stranded. And a quick inning for Joseph Argenziano. We'll move to the 5th. 8-5. Spartans are leading. Ruggiero, Franchini, and Kelman due up when we come back. Anton Sabo back out to begin the inning and delivers a first pitch strike to a red-hot Connor Ruggiero, who isn't red-hot right now in this NYU lineup. It's kind of been the tail of the tape here today, as the Spartans have had a nightmare of a time stopping these NYU bats here. That one misses, and it's a 1-1 count. It'll be Ruggiero, Franchini, and Kelman. 6, 7, and 8 in the Violets order due up. Ruggiero 2 for 2 with a single and a double so far in the second game. That's following a 2 for 5 showing. A 3 for 5 showing in the first game. Just outside, 3-1. Sabo trying to bridge the gap here as the Spartans just trying to piece together this game today after things fell off track pitching-wise early for him. Sabo misses there, and that's ball 4. So 2 walks today for Sabo after he entered the game not having walked a batter thus far this season. Those of you looking for scoring updates, Emory running away from Chicago late. A 5-run 7th, and Emory picked up a 10-5 win. So the Spartans and the Eagles currently tied for first place in the conference. Case Western Reserve holds the tiebreaker for the automatic bid over Emory, Chicago, and Wash U currently, after having beat all of those teams. Wash U leading 6-1 in the top of the 8th over Brandeis. Sabo with the pickoff move to first. Here's the 0-1 on the way. Line drive through the left side of the infield, and it's another base hit. 8th hit of the game for NYU, and once again, the Violets will bring the tying run to the plate, this time with nobody out in the 5th, and the 8-hitter, Jack Kelman, will step up. Well, this is an interesting situation if you're NYU. Kelman will step to the plate, 1 for 2 in the game. He's looked sharp at the plate, hitting at 163, though, on the season. Do you try to bunt with Kelman here and take 2 shots with Barbette and Blue Eyes, the 9-1 hitters? And again, Barbette, a good hitter behind Kelman. He will square to bunt. Typically, you're not necessarily looking to bunt with your 8-hitter, but Barbette, not your typical 9-hitter at the plate. He can handle the bat. Maybe a bit odd in a 2-run or 3-run game. So that misses down low. This may also just be a take until you get your pitch situation. Oliver Miller is up and throwing in the bullpen, the reigning UAA pitcher of the week. 2-0 on the way from Sabo. Outside, pops out of Jack Anderson's glove. He'll throw down to second. The tag is not in time. Almost oversliding the bag was Franchini. And without the bunt now, 2 in scoring position here. And a 3-0 count on Kelman. The wind really whipping hard and out to left right now as the pitch on the way. And ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Kelman, and the base is now loaded with nobody out, and that will bring Matt Englander out, and he'll go to the bullpen. And I believe Oliver Miller will come into a world of trouble here with the bases loaded, nobody out, with his team leading by 3 in the 5th. We'll be back. Case Western Reserve trying to shut down NYU. The Violets keep on fighting back. We'll see what happens here when we return. Oliver Miller's going to have to pitch his way out of some trouble here. Bases are loaded, nobody out. 3-run game, top of the 5th inning. 9-hitter Dakota Barbette is up, and the first pitch from Miller, an 86-mile-an-hour fastball in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Miller is coming off his best outing of his career, 5 innings in relief against Chicago last week as the fastball down and away at 88. And he was great in that game. Ended up getting UAA Athlete of the Week honors after pitching 5 scoreless innings, giving the team the win as that ball rolls a bit away, not far enough. 2-1 the count. Struck out 7. He didn't walk a batter. Allowed just 3 hits through 74 pitches, so should be fairly stretched out to give the Spartans some length of this one if needed. 2-1 the count on Barbette here. No place to put him. Fastball, let her high for a called strike, and it's 2-2. Well, big out here for Miller. Here's the 2-2. Swung on. Chopper hit towards third. Carinci's going to come home with it. The throw is on target. And they'll say he got the out. They'll say it came on the exchange, and that's a big first out. So Anderson took a quick turn, lost the ball for a second, but it came on the exchange, not on the catch. And there's 1 away, and that's a big first out to get at the plate. So 1 away now, back to the top of the order now, and a dangerous hitter in Harrison Blue-Weiss, whose average is at 258. He's hit 2 home runs today, 1 in the first game, and then a 3-run blast in the second inning. That ball lined into shallow left. It's down for a base hit. And Draco comes up throwing. He'll hold the second run at third, but an RBI single for Blue-Weiss on the first pitch he sees for Miller. Franchini scores the 6th run of the game for the Violets. Now the tying run's in scoring position. With 1 away for Nick Argenziano, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch fastball, 88 miles an hour on the outside corner, and it's 0-1. Inside. Good block to save a run by Anderson, and the count evens 1-1. Well, there's no doubt about it. The Spartans need some length here today from Oliver Miller. They have gone through a lot more pitching than they probably planned on coming into this game. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Miller, a hard thrower, brought that one in at 88 with some spin on it. It's a 1-2 count on Argenziano. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball to first. Camphausen gloves it. He throws to second for 1. Back to first, and it's in time for the out. Double play. What a play turned by the Spartans in the infield. Dane Camphausen, nimble of foot, making the play at first in a perfect throw down. Who needs legs? 8-6 the score. Bottom of the 5th coming up. What a double play turned by the Spartans to end the top of the fifth. And all around, well done. Give credit to Dane Camphausen, who made a clean stab. And you could tell Dane is not getting down on those ground balls as well as he normally does, and got down to that one, made the play. He makes a great throw to second base, and then give credit to Arterburn, who made the return throw to first, and give credit to Oliver Miller, who did his job covering the bag. And for a non-first baseman to hold the bag like that, just a tremendous job all around, and the Spartans escaped the inning with just the one run allowed. We'll move along into the bottom of the fifth, and it'll be the bottom of the order for the Spartans, and Draco, Carinci, and Arterburn to face Joseph Argenziano, whose first pitch misses up and high to Andraco, 1-0. Andraco's been on base twice in this one, a single and a walk. It's one of those games for the Spartans where you go back and look at today and you're going to say, okay, the bats were fine, the pitching not great, but had some moments. But really, seeing how well this team has played, this has not been a well-played doubleheader for the Spartans. No doubt about it. Give credit to NYU. It's not to take anything away from the Violets, who have swung the bats great today, but the Spartans look off. And if they are somehow able to find their way through this game and get a win, I think it's one of those days where you go home, you take a deep breath, and you say, okay, let's be better tomorrow. And you kind of just say thank you that you were able to get one. But there's a long way to go in this one. That one fouled off by Andraco. Bottom of the fifth, light shouldn't necessarily be an issue, at least not yet, but a couple long innings, and it could be a problem. We probably are going to have enough light to play until about 8 o'clock or so today. For those of you who are sitting at home from New York and maybe watching this and saying, hey, it's going to be dark at 8 o'clock. Well, in New York, yeah, but we're a little bit further west and to that western side of the eastern time zone. And so that normally gives us a couple minutes of extra of daylight as Argenziano gets the strikeout swinging of Andraco. And there's one gone. That's 4 straight sat down by Argenziano since the leadoff single to start the fourth. Leadoff double, I should say, to start the fourth by Camphausen. And now Zach Carinci will be the batter. Carinci has been on base twice today, an RBI double in the second, reached on a fielder's choice in the third. And that one lined into shallow right, charging in and making a diving catch. In right field is Mockless for the out. And Carinci, first pitch swinging, flies out to right, and there are 2 gone. So 2 outs now for Nate Arterburn, who is 0 for 2 in the game. A pop out and grounded into a unconventional 5-2-3 double play his last time up with the bases loaded. He takes a called strike there, and it's an 0-1 count on Arterburn. So 2 away, bases empty. Argenziano has been the most effective pitcher probably for either team so far today through his first inning and 2/3 of work. Misses up high with that one. Not only has he gotten outs, but he hasn't minced pitches either. 22 pitches, 15 strikes. That ball in the air, deep towards left center field. Going back is Blue Eyes, and it's over his head. It'll get caught up against the fence. Arterburn will pull into second with a stand-up double, and that is huge as it will bring Jack Anderson to the plate. And Jack has been red hot so far today. Anderson, a walk in the first inning, a single in the second, a double in the third. He's driven in 3 in this game. Now batting at .344 on the year. Jack, we've gone through a little bit of a cold stretch, swinging the bat much better the last 2 weeks. First pitch to Anderson, who's not afraid to swing at that first pitch. Takes it off the plate, though, for a ball, and it's 1-0. 82-mile-an-hour. Looked like a changeup maybe there from Argenziano. The 1-0. And Jack tied up on that one. Another 82-mile-an-hour. I think fastball, maybe? That's a fastball, yeah. Seelig continuing to keep me honest here. 1-1 on the way. In the dirt, 2-1. 2-1 on the way. In the dirt, gets away, and moving up to third now is Arterburn on a wild pitch. Meanwhile, the count goes to 3-1 on Anderson with Nick Harms looming out on deck. Well, got to be careful here if you're a Genziano. You're probably better off walking Anderson than giving him something to hit here. And Jack does get something to hit, and he singles it through the left side for a base hit. Arterburn scores, a little two-out rally for the Spartans, who get the run back they allowed in the top of the inning, and it's now 9-6. The Spartans extend their lead back to 3 runs. Well, Nick Harms has spent the last month or so being the boogeyman in the Spartans lineup, and he may have turned that honor or that role back over to Dane Camphausen, but Harms certainly a threat at the plate. A triple already in this game. That was his 5th triple of the season. First pitch fastball misses outside, 1-0. And again, Harms can really extend this lead quickly. A great base runner at first. And Jack Anderson, if a ball finds a gap, you could probably count Jack for a run. Harms took a big rip at that one and fouled it back. It's 1-1. Archer Stankowski, who pitched in the first game, runs over to get that one. Archer's going to be a big question mark here for later in this series. Talk about that after this pitch. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. Throw goes down to second. Not in time. Anderson almost overslid the bag, but got back. It's a 1-2 count now on Harms as Anderson gets the stolen base. That's his 8th of the season, 2nd of the game. And now Harms in an RBI opportunity here with Anderson at 2nd and 2 away. A 1-2 count, though. You know, it's going to be a big question mark whether Stankowski can come back to pitch, whether it's tomorrow or Sunday, after he threw about 30 pitches or so in the first game. Anderson going again, and Harms pops it up in the infield. Should be playable. Second baseman is there, and Franchini squeezes that one for the final out of the inning. But the Spartans had a run on Jack Anderson's 4th RBI of the game. And we'll move along into the 6th inning. 9-6 the score. Spartans leading when we come back. It's a 9-6 lead for the Spartans as we move to the 6th. Got an official ball game here. Not really a concern for weather anymore, but maybe a little bit for daylight. But we've got plenty of daylight left at this point. Oliver Miller now will begin a clean inning here after getting out of the 5th. He came in with the bases loaded and nobody out. Got a ground ball fielder's choice, allowed a run on a base hit, and then a 3-6-1 well-turned double play in the infield for the Spartans. To get out of the inning with just that one run allowed, the Spartans added a run in the bottom of the inning. And now it'll be the heart of the order for NYU in a 9-6 game to face Miller. Dunn leading things off, 1 for 2 in the game with a pop out, a walk, and a single, and he fouls that pitch off 0-1. Down and away, 1-1. Jack Anderson, the catcher, I imagine, if this game stays close, would pitch the ninth or later in the game, but you got to get there first. Fastball outside. Anderson is so good at trying to frame those pitches up. Two one on the way. What the Spartans have done with their pitching is really fun to watch. How they've kind of paired guys up. They're not really looking for starters to go, 7 innings into the game. They're hoping to get 4 or 5 innings out of their starter. As that one's popped fouling out of play, full count 3-2 on done. They're looking to try to get, again, 4 or 5 innings out of their starter, maybe 6 on a good day, turn it over to someone who could pitch 3, 4 innings out of the bullpen, maybe 5, and try to close it out. And so that's where guys like Barnes and Miller and Stankowski have come in. Ground ball hit up the middle, and that's through for a base hit, so done with the leadoff single. And I think we saw, again, you could go back to last weekend, and we saw that strategy when it's executed and when the pitchers are executing, it works well. I think what you're seeing today is that when it doesn't work well, it could cause a little bit of mayhem, and you really need people to execute and to do their job to pitch quality innings for it to work. If someone has a bad day, you could fall off the rails real quick, and I think we've seen that a little today for the Spartans. And now we're looking to Oliver Miller here to try to settle things in and give the Spartans a little bit of length in this one with the cleanup hitter Nate Pilata coming up. Takes that for a strike. It's 0-1. Pilata 0 for 2 in the game. Drew a walk in his last at bat. That one just off that outside corner. A slider misses for ball. 1-1-1. Inside, 2-1. Fastball swung on a miss. Throw down to second. The tag is in time for the out. Alonso applying the tag. Dunn caught stealing. Second base runner thrown out today by Anderson in this game. And that'll be the first out of the inning. And now a 2-strike count on Pilata. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Pilata, I should say. I will get these names right by the end of the weekend. We got Pilata. We got Costa Maklis. Ball there, and it's a full count 3-2. Credit NYU. They have done a good job not biting on some of those close pitches. 3-2 on the way. Miller from the stretch. Fouled off down the right field side. Long run for Smith, but he won't come close to that as he was shaded a little bit more towards center with the right-handed hitter up. Jake Kusha out in the stands today. Good to see him, the former Spartan third baseman. Jake, a great third baseman for the Spartans over his career. And just outside with the fastball, ball 4. First walk issued today by Miller. Tried to dot that corner with the fastball, and now a runner on, 1 away for Costa Maklis, who is 1 for 3 in the game with a solo home run back in the second, facing Miller for the first time here. He struck out with the bases loaded to end the 4th inning against Sabo. And hits that one foul down the first base side, 0-1. Nine 6, Spartans leading. 1 out, 1 on. Swing and a miss. Slider there, and it's 0-2. Well, I've been calling college baseball games now for about 20 years, and I could tell you that every team has a day like this if you're a Case Western Reserve, where just whatever you do doesn't seem to work. And if you could get out of a day like that with a win, that's normally the sign of a good team. Now, again, a long way to go here today. A 9-6 lead does not feel secure right now. But again, it's better to be on the right side of things right now if you're the Spartans. That one fouled away, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 from Miller. And popped up foul. Miller, entering the game, has led the team this season in ERA. He's made 8 appearances out of the bullpen, 3-1 with a 3.12 ERA for him. All 8 of his appearances out of the bullpen. He's gone 17 in the third inning, striking out 23, walking 10. Opponents hitting just .215 against him. The 1-2. And Mockless fouls another one away, and this has been the MO for this NYU team. They're just not easy at-bats for the Spartan pitchers. NYU keeps fighting off pitches, working a high pitch count. You know, this is a veteran NYU team. People talk about the graduate students on Case Western Reserve. This is a graduate student-laden and a senior-laden lineup for the Violets here as well. And so they are approaching their at-bats today like a veteran team. They've looked great. And that's inside, and it hit him. So Mockless hit by a 1-2 pitch. I think what Matt Englander, he's coming out and asking if he kind of stuck his arm out at it. Jeff Clifford saying he did not. And so 2 on now with 1 out. First 3 runners of the inning have reached against Miller. Who has been aided by a caught stealing earlier in the inning. Now first and second, 1 away. And Connor Ruggiero will be the batter who takes the first pitch down low for a ball, 1-0. Ruggiero hitting at .424. He's been on base all 3 times in this game. A single, a double, and a walk for him. Barnes would love to turn another double play here on the infield. NYU's done a good job peppering the holes, though, today. 88-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees for strike 1. 1-1 the count. NYU jumped out to a 4-0 lead in the top of the second. It was short-lived as the Spartans scored 5 in the bottom of the inning. NYU answered with 1 in the third to tie it at 5-5. The Spartans scored 3 in the bottom of the third. Took an 8-5 lead. NYU with a run in the fifth cut it to 8-6. And the Spartans, a few moments ago in the bottom of the fifth, scored a run of their own. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 81-mile-an-hour slider from Miller for the second out of the inning. Tough out to get there, but done well by Miller. And now the batter will be C.J. Franchini with 2 away and 2 on. Franchini has singled in each of his last 2 at-bats, drove in a run back in the third. He's 2 for 3 in the game. First pitch. Ground ball up off of Miller's glove. Alonso with it, turns and goes to second in time to get the out. Great play. Score at 1-4-6 if you're keeping score at home. I thought Alonso's better play would have been to go to first on that, but again, Franco getting the out, and that'll get the Spartans back in the dugout here with a 3-run lead heading into the bottom of the sixth. Heart of the order for Case Western Reserve. Camphausen, Stilson, and Alonso due up. 9-6 the score when we return. Well, Dane Camphausen taking the first pitch. Change up for a strike, and it's 0-1. Camphausen continuing to absolutely smoke the baseball here. Can't hold up on that swing, and he's behind 0-2. He's had 4 balls that he's hit today between the 2 games that have been over 100 miles an hour off the bat. He's gone as high as 115 off the bat. Little outside, and it's 1-2. Really nice pitch there by Argenziano. Begins his 3rd inning of work. He allowed 1 run in the 5th. Gave up a double earlier in the game to Camphausen, who takes that one under the hands for ball 2, 2-2. Another fastball down and in. Full count, 3-2 on Camphausen, who fell behind 0-2 and then took 3 straight balls. Here's the 3-2 to Camphausen. Inside, ball 4. So good job by Camphausen to battle back and draw the walk. The leadoff man on here for the Spartans for Tyler Stilson, who's 1 for 3. A single for Stilson back in the 2nd. Facing Argenziano now for the 2nd time today. He struck out swinging against him in the 4th. Violet's looking to get a little length out of Argenziano here, as Stilson, handcuffed by that one, fouls it back, 0-1. Seems to be a pitch that Stilson has had a little bit of trouble handling so far today, that pitch up and in. Just seems to be uncomfortable with that right now. That one left over the plate, but Stilson pops it up. Shallow center, and making the catch is the shortstop, Barbette, for the first out of the inning on a pop-up. So 1 away now for Franco Alonso. Alonso went 2 for 4 in the first game of the day, but 0 for 3 so far here in game 2. Franco again swinging a really good bat the last couple of weeks. Foul tips that one back, and the catcher Kelman took the worst of that, it appears. He'll get an extra second. Kelman now in his 15th inning of catching, so that'll take its toll on you. Ball's coming at you or not. 42nd pitch of the game coming up for Argenziano, and it's outside for a ball, 1-1. Argenziano entered the game in relief. The 3rd pitcher, Trey Miller, came in, was the first pitcher out of the bullpen for Antonio Turco Rivas. So that one grounded foul by Alonso, 1-2. Rivas went the first 2 2/3. Gave up 8 runs, 5 earned on 7 hits with 3 walks and a strikeout. Trey Miller, through 6 pitches, got an out on the only batter he faced, Nick Harms. And then Argenziano has been in since. He's allowed 1 run on 3 hits so far. That one to second, smothered by the second baseman, but everyone will be safe. An infield single for Alonso. And so 2 on with 1 away now for Jay Smith. Smith 1 for 3. A single back in the 2nd inning for Jay. Eventually he came around to score a run. He's also reached on an error and flown out to right field. And that one swung on, grounded through the hole and then into right field for a base hit. Camphausen takes a big turn, but will stay at 3rd. But first pitch swinging, Jay Smith grounds one through the right side. And the base is now loaded with 1 away for the Spartans, and Logan Andraco will be the hitter. And that will bring the pitching coach back out for NYU. Eddie Medina heading back out to talk with Argenziano. There is action in the NYU bullpen. That is number 33, Jack Wilkin, the graduate student from Montclair, New Jersey, warming up. Wilkin attended Tulane. We'll probably get a chance to talk more about him. Did not pitch for Tulane, though. That one fouled back by Andraco. And the count goes to 0-1 on Logan. 1 for 2 in the game. The 0-1 on the way. Bases loaded, 1 out. In the dirt, and a great job by Kelman to smother that one. It's 1-1. 2 hits and a walk in the inning for the Spartans. Sandwiched around a pop out, so 1 out, bases loaded. Case Western Reserve leading by 3. They love to add some more on. Again, no lead field safe today. That one popped foul by Andraco and out of play, 1-2. Bottom of the 6th inning. And that one looped down the line in left and out of play. And so the count remains 1-2 on Logan. Again, Logan 1 for 2 in the game. His single back in the 2nd inning was a bunt down that 3rd baseline. Perfectly, well, towards 3rd base. It was kind of hung up in the middle. Perfectly executed as he swings, grounds that one up towards the middle and through for a base hit. Camphausen will walk home. Coming in a bit faster behind him is Alonso. It's a 2 RBI single. 2nd hit of the game for Andraco. And the Spartans expand their lead. It's now 11-6. Smith stopped at 2nd there. Alonso and Camphausen both in to score. And the Spartans continue to add on here. 3 straight base hits against Argenziano. And now Zach Carinci will be the batter. Carinci flew out against Argenziano back in the 5th inning. 1 for 3 in the game with 2 runs scored and an RBI double. Runners will go. The pitch swung on and grounded through the hole. Base hit, perfectly executed, hit and run. Coming in to score will be Jay Smith. Going to 3rd is Andraco. Zach Carinci with another base hit, his 2nd RBI of the game. And boy, you cannot draw it up better than that. And just an excellent job there. 4 straight hits for the Spartans. Jay Smith will run back to the plate with a plethora of safety equipment from Zach Carinci, who sheds the armor now that he's running the bases. Well, batting here, I should say, is Nate Arterburn, who doubled to deep center fields last time up. This time gets a bunt up. It'll drop down. Nobody's covering first, and everybody's safe. Well, on a day where everything has gone wrong for the Spartans, it felt like through the first 14 innings, everything has gone right for this team here in the 6th, and that's going to chase the pitcher Argenziano from the game. Coming in to score is Andraco. It's a 7-run Spartan lead. We'll get a pitching change. Again, the Spartans on top by 7 when we come back. 2 on and 1 away for Jack Anderson, who will get things going here against Jack Wilkin. Wilkin, the graduate student who did not pitch at Tulane. You wonder if maybe he was a club baseball member or something like that there. So you would assume he's not coming off 4 years of not having pitched. And then coming to NYU here as he delivers that outside for a ball 1-0. Wilkin making his 3rd appearance of the season, no record in his 6.75 ERA. He's allowed 1 run in an inning and a third, giving up 3 walks and 2 strikeouts. And now Anderson ahead in the count, 2-0. Jack Anderson, an RBI single back in the 5th. He's got 3 hits and a walk today in his 4 plate appearances. Ahead in the count here, 2-0 on Wilkin. Up high, 3-0. Walk here would load them up for Nick Harms. Wilkin, 6'3", 205 pounds from Montclair, New Jersey. Not too far from NYU, a suburb. I guess you could call Montclair, New Jersey a suburb of New York.
Up to bat, number 26, Nick Harms.
And now Nick Harms, after the 4-pitch walk, will come to the plate here with the bases loaded. 1 away and a long ball away from putting the pressure on NYU to score in the top of the 7th. Really a double away with Anderson at first from putting that pressure on. First pitch on the way. And he swings, and Harms there looking to connect on one, but fouls it off. And a curveball there, a slow curve, 70 miles an hour. See, kind of throws, you'll see, we saw it in the warm-ups, that slow curve there from Wilkin. Harms tried to sit back on that, made good contact, but was so far out in front, pulled it foul. So 0-2. And that one swung on hard, hit up the middle, base hit for Harms. In to score easily is Carinci. Arterburn will follow him. Anderson moves up to 3rd, a 2 RBI single for Nick Harms, who has his 2nd hit and 2nd and 3rd RBIs of the game. And now it's a 15-6 lead for the Spartans. Well, Case Western Reserve found itself down 4-0 after an inning and a half. They met outside the dugout. And from that point forward, the Spartans' bats have woken up and been swinging with a sense of urgency. Outside, ball 1 to Camphausen, who continues to just mash. He led this inning off with a walk, 10th batter of the inning for the Spartans. Camphausen with a 111-mile-an-hour screamer double earlier in the game. He had a home run in game 1. A base hit here wouldn't end the game, but it would mean NYU would need a score in the top of the 7th to avoid an early ending. Here's the 1-1. Here's the 1-1 on the way. Outside for a ball. Throw goes down to 2nd. And sliding in safely with a stolen base is Harms. A little bit surprised that Anderson didn't take off there, as aggressive as we've seen him be. I think he's probably kicking himself a little bit that he didn't take off. Either way now, 2nd and 3rd, 1 away. Camphausen looking to drive one in here. Takes that up high, 3-1, and with first base open. I know you've got a good hitter in Tyler Stilson waiting out in deck, but I don't know that you could throw Camphausen anything to hit in this situation. Here's the 3-1. Up high, ball 4. And Dane will emphasize the walk and walk down to first base as he makes the slow trot there.
10, Tyler Stilson.
And now Tyler Stilson will be the batter. Stilson 1 for 4 in the game. A single back in the second. Tyler can be patient at the plate here. Wilkin has not had good command early in this outing. First pitch to Stilson. Well, patience not there for Stilson as the flip to second for 1, on to first, double play. And that will end the inning. A 4-6-3 double play, so the Spartans remain ahead by 9 as we move along into the 7th. 15-6 the score as the Spartans have broken this one open. It'll be the bottom of the order. Kelman and Barbette, followed by the leadoff hitter, Blue Eyes, due up for NYU when we return. 15-6 the score. Welcome back. I do need to apologize to Jack Wilkin and the Wilkin family if they're out there listening. Wilkin did pitch for NYU last year. He is a grad student, but pitched for NYU last year, had a 6.75 ERA. So this is not his first season pitching of college baseball. He is a transfer from Tulane, but now in his second season, at least second season pitching for NYU. He gets out of that inning without further damage, and now Oliver Miller with a 9-run lead to work with, trying to keep NYU scoreless here and let the Spartan Bats go to work in the next inning. First pitch fastball down low to Kelman, and it's 1-0. So 15-6 the score. It has been a day of lots of offense for each of these two teams. And again, I think if you're the Spartans after, again, a day that has been far from perfect, probably a sign of the quality of this team that you're on top by 9 in the latter third of the second game. And one misses outside, 2-1. Long time on the bench there for Miller. See if it takes him a little bit to get back into it, loosen up. Kelman 1 for 2 with a walk. Oh, that is ball 4. Pardon me, I thought it was 2-1. But a 4-pitch walk issued by Miller. And so Kelman continuing to do a good job reaching base here. He's on now with 1 away for Dakota Barbette. Barbette has been on base twice today. Hit by a pitch and walked. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th. The 9-hitter in the NYU lineup. Again, no lead feels safe. Maybe you feel slightly safer with a 9-run lead, but the way today is gone. Oliver Miller, last thing you want to see from him is 5 straight balls to start the inning, especially after the team put up a 6th spot in the previous inning. Called strike, and it's 1-1. I think the only lead that'll feel safe today is one that comes after 7 innings and it's 10 runs or more. A lead after 9. Other than that, you get the feeling that today is just going to be a battle to the end. In fact, we will see some action in the Spartan bullpen. I believe that's Jacob Montemore who is beginning to loosen. I don't know if we've seen Montemore yet this season. Inside, 2-2. In fact, we have not. And that one fouled off. Barbette fouls it off his foot, and the count stays at 2-2. Ideal situation for the Spartans today would be if Miller gets through this inning unscored upon in case Western Reserve can get a run in the bottom half of the 7th. Send everyone home a couple minutes early. Again, try to save a little bit more pitching if you can on a day where, again, no one has looked particularly sharp. Boy, that just missed. Maybe a bit above the strike zone as the count goes full, 3-2. We'll see if Kelman gets the early start from first. Again, this is a aggressive running team for NYU. I'd be shocked to see him going. He's not running, and that one grounded towards second. Diving attempt by Alonso, but it gets through into the outfield for a base hit. And once again, NYU with the first 2 runners on here to begin the 7th. It's the 8 and 9 hitters in Kelman and Barbette. So 2 on, nobody out, and back to the top of the order with Harrison Blue Eyes coming to the plate. Forecast for tomorrow not looking promising. As of now, currently scheduled. That one, I believe, fouled off. Let's check and see. I think the home plate umpire said it was fouled off. Waiting for him to hold up some fingers. He signaled a dead ball there. That one's taken up high. And yeah, it's 1-1. So that first pitch was fouled. Second pitch up high. I thought I saw Clifford signal the play dead, which typically does indicate that it was a foul and not a ball, as that one's fouled away. And it's now 1-2 on Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes has been a thorn in the Spartan side today. 2 for 3 in the second game with a 3-run homer. He also had a 2-run homer in the first game of the day. Wind is really whipping out to left right now. Both of Blue Eyes' home runs were pulled to right. That ball lined and over the glove of a leaping attempt by Arterburn at short. If he pulls that one in successfully, that's probably a double play. Instead, it's a 2-strike base hit for Blue Eyes. And all of a sudden now, NYU once again with the bases loaded. Again, getting into the meat of their order, Nick Argenziano will be the batter. Wash U, I believe, won their game against Brandeis. Their live stats, I think, stopped in the top of the 9th with 1 out. So Wash U, who is at this point peripherally on the mix for an NCAA tournament bid still. Hoping to get some wins against Brandeis this weekend. Looks like they've got in game 1. They'll play the doubleheader tomorrow. Strike on the inside corner to Argenziano, 0-1. Argenziano 0 for 3 with a walk in this one. He homered in the first game of the doubleheader. And that one, liner into left field. It's another base hit. And Draco will get it in. NYU content to play station-to-station baseball here, but the first 4 runners have reached this inning, including 3 straight hits. The base is still loaded for the Violets, and it's now an 8-run game, 15-7. Cam Dunn now the batter. Again, just one of those days, no lead feels safe out there right now. You know, I've said it a lot, but it seems to certainly be the case. Inside ball 1, 1-0 to Dunn. Dunn 2 hits in 3 at-bats, both singles. He's also walked. Called strike on the outside corner, 1-1. high, 2-1. Ground ball to third, gloved by Carinci. He comes up throwing home, throw to first, not in time. What a play by Zach Carinci. Not only to keep that ball in front of him, but to get the lead runner for the first out. Another hard hit ball, though. 96 off the bat against Miller. And he is, I'm sure, very thankful for some solid defense behind him. Carinci continues to play great defense at third. Well, maybe a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here if you're Miller with one out now, a chance for an inning-ending double play. He's up to 56 pitches now with one out here in the seventh. And the fastball misses outside, 1-0. Foul back, 1-1. The most effective pitcher today for the Spartans has been Jeff Radinsky, who struck out the side in the ninth inning, but that was in the first game of the day, but that came with the Spartans trailing 13-8 at the time. Breaking ball, called a strike, 1-2. So Pilata now behind in the count, 1-2. Miller trying to get this one at the plate. Oliver has struck out just one so far. And that one inside, and it hit him. Ahead in the count, 1-2. Miller hits him with the bases loaded, and Pilata will get an RBI on that. It's now down to a 7-run game, 15-8 the score. Again, if you're the Spartans here, you just don't have a ton of options right now after Miller in this game without really putting yourself in a bad position moving forward. You wonder if in a situation like this, and again, Montemore is warming up in the bullpen, as that went outside to Moklis, who's certainly capable of making this a much closer game with one swing. But you wonder if they go to Jack Anderson on the earlier side, as that's a called strike, 1-1. Costa Moklis. 1 for 3 with a solo home run. Struck out once. Here's the 1-1. Well, down and out, 2-1. We've seen it. Guys that are normally reliable arms for the Spartans. Charlie Griffith, Zach Barnes, Oliver Miller, Eric Colgrove, just not being able to find their way today. Give credit to NYU for really putting the pressure on. It's been an off day for the Spartan pitching. That ball in the air, deep towards the gap, left center field. Going back is Andraco, coming over his Harms, and he makes the catch again. Nick Harms, another tremendous play coming out of nowhere to catch that one. It'll go as a sacrifice fly, but the Spartans will gladly trade the run for an out, and I think that's going to be it here for Miller, as the Spartans will go to the bullpen, and it looks like we'll get the collegiate debut for Jacob Montemore, who will step into the game here with runners on the corners and 2 away. We'll be back in just a minute. Pitching change for the Spartans when we return. We'll get our first look at Jacob Montmore, who recovered from an injury and will be making his collegiate debut here. Montemore, a first year from Cincinnati, Ohio, Turpin High School. 6'2", 223-pound first-year righty. He'll come in with a 6-run lead, but men on the corners for NYU. 15-9 is the score. 2 outs in the frame. And we'll face Connor Ruggiero, who looks very good today. First pitch, fastball, outside corner, 86 miles an hour for a strike, and it's 0-1. We'll see if Montemore can give the Spartans a little bit of a boost here. The 0-1 on the way. Grounded foul. And it's 0-2 on Ruggiero. This is a pinch hitter, I think. This is Michael Burden who's come in. Now the pitch. Up high, 1-2. Yeah, so a pinch hitter here for the Violets. I'm not sure when he came in. It's certainly possible that Burden came in earlier in the game, and we missed it up here. As the 0-2, 1-2, excuse me, just misses outside, 2-2. Like a 73-mile-an-hour curve. 2-2, 2 away, runners on the corners. Montemore with his first collegiate batter, sets and delivers. And it's fouled back, 2-2. Two the count. Another curve, that one fouled back. Count stays at 2-2. Approaching the 7 o'clock hour here, hour number 7 of baseball. NYU won the first game of the doubleheader. 13-9 was the final. That one misses up and in. Full count, 3-2. Three and two. Runner from first will get the early start with a 3-2 count and 2 away. Fastball fouled back. Burden staying alive. Burden, a graduate student from Laurel, Maryland, 5'9", 190 pounds. Payoff pitch again, outside, ball 4, and that will load the bases. So NYU will send their 9th batter of the inning to the plate. This will be C.J. Franchini. So Burden now at first, Pallotta at second, Dunn at third, 2 outs. And a swing and a miss there from Franchini, who's hitting at .324 on the season. 2 for 4 in the game today. Runners on second and third still on Oliver Miller's record. As Montemore parks that on the outside corner with an 86-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 on the way. Fastball low, 1-2. Montemore, another member of that talented Case Western Reserve first-year class of pitchers. That includes Griffith and Colgrove and Miller, amongst others, Radinsky. That ball deep towards right, way back, and it's off the base of the wall. Smith tracks it down. 2 runs in. Here comes the third. It's a bases clearing double for Franchini. Off the wall in right. And all of a sudden, it's a 3-run game again. So Franchini drives in 3.
Jack Hellman.
15-12 now. And again, this is just a game that the Spartans cannot get away from NYU. 6 runs across by NYU to answer the 6-run sixth for the Spartans. Now Montemore ready. Got a big out to get here, and that's inside, gets away. And moving up to third now is Franchini. Again, we're looking about another hour of sunlight here. One 1-0 the count on Kelman. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Runner at third. 2 away. Off the outside corner, 2-1. Two one on the way. Up high, 3-1. Well, if you're Montemore here, you can't walk Kelman and bring the potential game-tying run to the plate. Got to go after him. 3-1 pitch on the way. And down low, ball 4. And there's the walk. And now coming to the plate in an inning that the Spartans began with a 9-run lead will be Dakota Barbette, who singled earlier in the frame.
Now batting number 1, Dakota Barbette.
Matt Englander is going to come out, and he's bringing Jack Anderson in. So I think we're going to see, well, let's see. I thought he was going to bring Jack into this game, and he's definitely making a pitching change here. No, it's going to be Zach Carinci. So Carinci is going to come in to pitch here, with the potential game-tying run coming to the plate. And then Tyler Stilson is going to move from the DH to third base. So we'll get the change here. We'll be back in just a minute. 15-12 the score when we return. Well, new pitcher on the mound for the Spartans is Zach Carinci, who has gone a month and a week since his last outing. He pitched against Swarthmore on March 12th, went 3 innings in that one, gave up 3 hits, no runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. For the season, he's thrown 4 innings total, has allowed 5 hits, 2 runs, 5 strikeouts, no walks. Zach 2-1 with a 1.83 ERA for his career. But again, has pitched significantly less over the last 3 seasons. He's made just 3 appearances since 2022 due to injury. He'll come in here hoping to get a big out. And he delivers a first pitch strike, 0-1. Zach delivers sidearm. Everything he has moves. He's not a hard thrower, but makes up for that with motion. Head in the count 0-1. That one stays outside. Slider misses, and it's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Called strike, 2-2. And strike 3. So Carinci gets the out. NYU scores 6 runs on 4 hits, but with the tying run at the plate, Zach Carinci gets a strikeout, and we'll move to the bottom of the 7th. It is 15-12 in what has been a wild day of baseball. Spartans coming to bat when we return. Well, Jack Wilkin will try to hold the Spartans scoreless here after a 6-run inning by the Violets. It made it a 3-run game again. This has been a wild day. Franco Alonso to lead things off. It'll be Alonso who takes that pitch for a strike, followed by Smith and then Andreyko. Alonso hitting a .357 on the year. 1 for 4 in the second game of the day. And a big swing and a miss, and the count goes to 0-2 on Franco. Getting a little bit darker out here. This is an official game. That's inside. Misses for ball 1, 1-2. Well up and in. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Wilkin entered the game in the 6th. Up high again, ball 3, full count 3-2 on Alonso as he works his way back into it. He gave up a walk, a single, a walk, and then got a double play to get out of further damage in that 6th inning. Behind in the count 3-2 to Alonso. And he pops it up down the first base line. Argenziano giving a look, but it will get out of play. Count will remain at 3-2 on Alonso. Three-two pitch again. Up and in, ball 4.
Batting for Case Western,
So good job by Alonso after falling behind 0-2 to draw the walk. And we're going to get a pitching change here. So NYU making the pitching change. We'll come back in a minute. Case Western Reserve, a 15-12 lead. 1 on, nobody out when we come back. New pitcher on the mound for NYU will be Keenan Reynolds, the lefty, to face Jay Smith. So the lefty coming in to face Smith and Andreyko. Reynolds, 10 appearances in an ERA of 8 this season. Through 9 innings, he's given up 15 hits, 8 runs, all of them earned. He has walked 8 and struck out 10. Opponent's hitting .375 against him, and Smith will be the batter with 1 on and nobody out. 2 for 4 in the game is Smith. And he takes a first pitch fastball for a strike, 0-1. 84-mile-an-hour pitch there. Looked like a slider, maybe, something with some movement on it. And Smith squaring a bunt, reaches for it and fouls it off, and it's now an 0-2 count. So Reynolds will try to keep it at a 3-run game. Timeout called. Reynolds out of Alexandria, Virginia. 5'11", 165 pounds. Down low. Pickoff attempt at first. Not in time. Reynolds, the first-year pitcher, Gonzaga College High School. 1-2. And that ball rocketed down the line in right field, and that'll get down for extra bases. Smith will dig for second. Alonso will be waved around third. He will come in to score. Going to third is Jay Smith. And Jay gets to ride the roller coaster here as the Spartans extend their lead to 4 at 16-12. That was 93 off the bat for Smith. And that is a big hit for the Spartans. Will bring Logan Andreyko to the plate, who had a 2 RBI single in his last at bat. And we'll hit here with a runner at third and nobody out. A chance to drive that run in. Again, every insurance run today feels important. That one's down low for ball 1. Again, I think the only safe leads today are if you're up by 10 after 7, or frankly, if you're leading after 9 complete innings. Other than that, I don't think you're feeling comfortable out there. Infield pulled in for NYU. And that probably tells you the kind of game that this has been as the count goes to 3-0. NYU's pulling their infield in with a runner at third, nobody out in a 16-12 game. I think what the NYU thought is, yeah, like, we're still in this one. That one chopped over to second. The throw comes to the plate, and Smith is out. Good play there to get Smith at the plate. Swinging at a 3-0 pitch was Andraco. And a good play turned by the second baseman, Franchini, to get the out. 4-2 on the put it out the plate. One gone for Zach Carinci. So Carinci, who's now the pitcher in this game, will step up to the plate. Carinci, 2 hits and 4 at-bats. And rockets that one foul. It's 0-1. To Carinci. And that one hits softly towards second base. Franchini will make the play at first, the only play he has to get the out.
Now batting, number 4, Nate Arterburn.
And Draco moves up to second, and now Nate Arterburn will try to drive him in. Arterburn 2 for 4 hits in each of his last 2 at-bats, doubled and scored a run in the 5th, singled and drove in a run in the 6th, and trying for his 3rd straight inning with a base hit. You don't see that very often. And that ball swung on, and there you go. 3rd straight inning with a hit for Arterburn. It's bobbled in center field. Arterburn will dig for second, and he will slide in safe. It'll be an RBI single for Nate Arterburn. First pitch swinging, singling into left center. He moves up to second on an error. And Draco comes around to score. That is an RBI for Arterburn and an earned run. And now Jack Anderson, a chance to extend the lead even further. It's now up to 5 runs, 17-12 the score. And Anderson laces one foul. Both of these teams seem to be running on fumes right now with their pitching staffs. Good news if you're Zach Carinci, that ground out at the very least saves you some wear and tear on the base pass. You get to sit down and relax before you have to head back out to pitch. The 0-1. 1-1. So 17-12 now the score. High, 2-1. So Anderson has allowed 2 runners to score this inning, one on his record, the other one on Wilkins' record. Swing and a miss. Anderson took a big cut at a fastball that was just above the strike zone. Now a 2-2 count on Anderson. It's been a great day for Jack Anderson. 3 for 3 with 4 RBIs and a pair of walks. Trying to get on again here. Another RBI opportunity, the 2-2. And a fastball at the knees, called strike 3. Too good a pitch to look at there with 2 strikes. Anderson was, I think, caught looking for something else, and that'll be the final out of the 7th. But the Spartans add on 2 runs, and we'll head into the 8th. 17-12 the score. We'll be back in just a bit as the Spartans head back out to the field. Blue-wise are Genziano and Dunn, top of the order for the Violets when we return. It's definitely starting to get a little darker out here now, as Zach Carinci will step out onto the mound after getting the final out of the 7th. We'll begin the 8th with a clean slate here. Now a 5-run lead to work with. Called strike, and the count goes to 0-1 on Blue Eyes. Somehow, in a 17-12 game with Spartans leading here, Zach Carinci finds himself in a save situation. That ball rocketed down the line and right, and it's a fair ball. Blue Eyes leading the inning off with an extra base hit. Scooping it up out there is Smith. Blue Eyes stops at second. The throw bounces away. Stilson, who came in the game to play third when Carinci took over on the mound, is able to scoop that up, but a leadoff double. NYU continuing to apply the pressure. I'll bring Nick Argenziano, an RBI single in his last at bat, hitting at .304 in the season, 1 for 4 in this game. Has drawn a walk as well. First pitch, Carinci, just below the knees, 1-0. Popped up, foul and out of play. 1-1 on Argenziano. Outs have been elusive today for both pitching staffs. Up high, 2-1. Probably got about another half an hour at best of daylight. I believe, and I need to double check this, as that one behind the hitter. Argenziano moves out of the way. I believe that the Spartans, and again, if NYU, let's say, were to take the lead or tie the game this inning, I believe the Spartans would need to get an at-bat in the bottom of the inning, and I will double check that. Fouled back for the game to count. Otherwise, the Spartans will have come away with a win there. That one lays foul, and the count stays at 3-2. Inside, ball 4. And the first 2 Violets have reached here to begin the 8th against Carinci.
Up to bat for NYU, number 4, Cam Dunn.
So Cam Dunn now the batter. Down low, ball 1 to Dunn. Outside corner for a strike, 1-1 now. Two and one. 3-1. And Carinci struggling to find the strike zone here. Called strike, full count, 3-2. Chopper up towards the middle. Alonso can't get it. It gets through. That'll allow run to score. The throw goes to third, not in time. An RBI single for Dunn. And it's back to a 4-run game, 17-13.
Now batting, number 25, Nate Galata.
So, yeah, I believe when the game is called, the Spartans need, should NYU tie the game here, I believe that the Spartans would need to complete the bottom of the inning for the runs in the top of the inning to count. And again, I'm trying to read the rule here and figure it out as Pilata takes a call for a strike, 0-1. Pickoff attempt. Ground ball to second, short, should be 2 to second for 1, on to first, double play. The run will score. It's a 6-4-3 double play, though. The Spartans will gladly trade
Up to bat for NYU, number 20,
the run for the 2 outs. And so it's now 17-14. So a 3-run game now, 2 across this inning for NYU. It's an 0-2 count, though, on Mockless with the bases empty. Outside, ball 1. So 2 across this inning against Carinci. The ground ball double play, a huge difference right now. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. See if Carinci can finish things off. And just misses. Ball 3. Full count, 3-2. Again, my understanding, as the 3-2 on the way, foul back, is that the rule is that if a team scores runs in the top of the inning, takes the lead, or ties it, the other team needs to get a chance in the bottom of the inning, needs to get 3 outs in the bottom of the inning, or else those runs in the top don't count. And again, repeating that here because it's an important thing to note, not just as that misses down and in, ball 4, not just necessarily for this inning, but if NYU does not tie the game or take the lead here in the 8th, they would then need to play not only the bottom of the 8th, but a complete extra inning, the full 9th inning. And I just don't know that that's going to be possible at this point. In the meantime, Michael Burden Jr. up for the second time today, walked and came around to score a run in his previous at bat. First pitch, hard hit, first base side. Camphausen knocks it down, flips, but no one, or Carinci not there in time, and that'll be an infield hit for Burden.
Now batting, number 2, CJ Franchini.
And so all of a sudden now, the potential game-tying run at the plate for the Violets. It'll be C.J. Franchini, who doubled off the wall with the bases loaded, scored all 3 runs in his last at-bat last inning, facing Carinci for the first time. And he hits that in the air towards the gap, right center field, going back as Harms, looking up, and he can't get it. It drops in. 1 run in. Here comes Burden. He'll score. Pulling in at second is Franchini. And NYU back within a run. It's now 17-16.
Now batting, number 21, Jack Hellman.
And that's going to be it here for Carinci. We'll take a break. We'll see who's coming in. The Spartans up by a run, 17-16 when we come back. Ayush Shetty trying to get a big out here, the first-year pitcher out of Georgia, facing Jack Kelman with a potential game-tying run at second. First pitch. Outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. NYU has come all the way back. They trailed by as many as 9. Here's the 0-1 from Shetty. Fouled off, 0-2. Zach Carinci has moved back to third base. So I believe Stilson out of the game. Shetty technically batting in the 4th spot, but I don't think we would see him hit and that spot is due up 3rd next inning. I believe we'll see Mason Nemec come up to hit instead in his spot. The 0-2 and swung on, popped up down the line, could be trouble, long run in, but it's foul. Oh boy. Scary one there as that one looped down that right field line but landed foul. The 0-2. Down and away, ball 1, 1-2. Shetty making his 8th appearance of the season. No record in a 4.26 ERA. He's got to get one big out here. And the out here probably puts the Spartans at least in a good spot to win it, and that's going to be the strikeout. And then let's see, there's probably going to be a decision here, and it looks like that's going to be it. So let's see. I think that called the game, although, no, maybe not. I take it back. Everyone came out of the dugout, but they're going to keep playing. And so we will move to the bottom of the 8th. Harms, Camphausen, and in all likelihood, Mason Nemec due up when we return. First pitch swinging, Nick Harms hard to second base, and a play is made for the first out. And Harms grounds out to second for the first out of the 8th, and that'll bring up Dane Camphausen. It's a one-run game again. Camphausen has walked in each of his last 2 at-bats. Yeah, so again, we're going to need to get through the 9th if NYU ties it in the top of the 9th inning. And I don't think we have a shot to do that, as that's a swing and a miss, 0-1. It is already starting to get dark here. Again, a couple of long games. The first game had a 15-minute rain delay. The 1-1 now to Camphausen outside, 2-1. And again, this is one of those days where it wasn't pretty, but if somehow you're Case Western Reserve and you could get through this game and get a win, boy, oh boy, you're just going to head back home and take a nap and wake up tomorrow and hope for a better day, because this has been chaos all day. Not what you wanted if you're the Spartans. The 3-1 on the way now to Camphausen. Low ball 4. So Reynolds issues the walk. And now we will get the pinch hitter here, or is it going to be Ayush Shetty? Let's see. Nope, Ayush, I think, was excited to get his first at bat, but he'll head back to the dugout, and this will be Mason Nemec coming up. And the Spartans, I imagine, will turn it over to Jack Anderson next inning. So that'll take some more machinations with Anderson moving from catcher to the mound. And we'll have to see what this looks like. Nemec, the batter, hitting a .269 on the year. He's driven in 7. He's cooled off a little after really swinging the bat well early on in the season during that spring break trip. Taken for a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Taken down low, 1-1. Two and one. Well, 33 runs in this game, 22 runs in the first game of the doubleheader between the two teams. Still 2 more to play. Down and in, ball 3, 3-1. Camphausen at first, not a threat to steal. Franco Alonso waiting out on deck. Nemec, the first year, awaits a 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4. And the Spartans will certainly be content to be patient at the plate here. Camphausen will trot down to second. Fastball up high, 1-0. Down and in, 2-0. And Reynolds starting to lose the strike zone. Well, you're in a tough spot here if you're NYU because I don't know that you can afford a pitching change right now with daylight running out. Again, no lights here at the field. 2-1. So you need Reynolds to pitch. You need him to pitch quickly, but if he can't find the strike zone, that's not helping you either. Outside, ball 3, 3-1. Again, I think we're looking at about 15 minutes of sunlight left max right now. 3-1. In the dirt, ball 4, and 3 straight walks have loaded the bases. And we'll bring Jay Smith to the plate.
Now batting, number 9, Jay Smith.
Well, regardless of the outcome of this game, boy, you got to give NYU credit. And again, we will get a pitching change here. And I think this will be the first baseman, Nick Argenziano, who will come in to pitch. Let's see, has he pitched yet this year for NYU? I don't believe he has. Well, we already saw his brother, Joseph, and now Nick Argenziano will come in. Well, that tells you where we are right now in this one. Coming in to play first, it looks like it's Dan Argenziano. Who else? So we'll go ahead, get you updated on the shifting Argenzianos when we return. It's 17-16. Well, so some changes here. We'll get our first look at Dan Argenziano, Dan Argenziano, we'll get our first look at him in the field. We'll get our first look at Nick Argenziano on the mound. At least this season, is that one's fouled back by Smith, 0-1. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, he has pitched. He's appeared in 2 games in his career, one in 2020, one in 2024. So just the 3rd career appearance for Argenziano. Swing and a miss. Again, taking over at first base is Dan Argenziano, the younger Argenziano brother. Joseph Argenziano was in this game as well. He pitched earlier in the day. The 0-2. And it's popped up the elevator chute. They'll call the infield fly rule here, and that will be the second out of the inning. So Smith is out.
Now batting for Case Western, number 7, Logan Andraco.
So 2 away now for Logan Andraco. Bases loaded here in the 8th. First pitch. Breaking ball for a strike. It's 0-1. Curveball up high. A 1-1 offering. Down and in. That was the fastball at 84 miles an hour, 2-1. What a wild day of baseball here at Nobby's Ballpark. Two one on the way. Fouled away by Andraco, and it's 2-2. Zach Carinci waiting out on deck. Camphausen the runner at third. Alonso at second. Pardon me, that's Nemec at second. Alonso is at first. 2-2 to Andraco. Up high, full count, 3-2. So the merry-go-round will be in motion with the bases loaded. And 2 away. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And so we will go to the 9th in a 1-run game, 17-16 the score. We'll be back as NYU will try to complete an improbable comeback when we return. Well, after catching the first 17 innings today, Jack Anderson will try to close this one out, looking for his 5th save of the season. Taking over behind the plate is Sean Donahue. Also coming into the game is Matt Trout in center. Nick Harms moves from center to right. Anderson making his 8th appearance of the season. First time we've seen him in a while on the mound. He's 1-0 with a 3.38 ERA and 4 saves this year. Anderson's last appearance came against Wash U on March 29th. He did not pitch in either the Emory or the Chicago series, but the Spartans turned to him here in Game 2, hoping to get him to close this one out against the 9-1-2 hitters for NYU. Barbette, Blue Weiss, and Argenziano. First pitch on the way. Fastball for a strike at 90 from Anderson, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. In the air, center field, playable for Trout, who goes back on it, and sure enough, the ball finds the player fresh into the game, but Trout puts it away for the out. And there's one retired here in the ninth. Again, it's a one-run game, and coming up now is Harrison Blue Eyes, who has had himself a day. 4 for 5, 4 runs batted in, 3 runs scored. That includes a double and a home run. Blue Eyes hitting a .276 now. He homered in the earlier game as well. It has been a magnificent day for most hitters today, as he takes a called strike at 91 from Anderson on the inside corner, 0-1. Now the 0-1 pitch. Ground ball hit up towards the middle and through for a base hit. And so Blue Eyes, representing the potential game tying run, is now on at first.
Up to bat for NYU, number 3, Nick Argenziano.
Now Nick Argenziano will be the batter. Argenziano walked in his last at bat. 1 for 4 in the game with 2 runs scored. Takes a curve there for a ball, 1-0. Fastball up high, 2-0. Nothing has come easy today for the Spartans. Why should the ninth inning be any different? 2-0. Swing and a miss, 2-1. Genziano, now the pitcher, couldn't catch up with the fastball, and the count's at 2-1. Ground ball, and that's through for a base hit. And so the tying run now in scoring position for NYU. Blue Eyes moves up to second. Argenziano, the potential go-ahead run at first.
Up to bat, number 4, Cam Dunn.
So one away, back-to-back singles, and now Cam Dunn, the batter. Dunn an RBI single in his last at-bat. He's 3 for 5. First pitch, fastball, let her high for a strike, and it's 0-1. 19 hits now for NYU in this one. Here's the 0-1. Curveball fouled away, and it's 0-2 slider, fouled away at 80. And my understanding is we would need to complete the ninth inning of this game for it to count if NYU takes the lead or ties it. Ground ball hit toward short. Backhanded by Arterburn to second for 1. On to first, not in time. So a big second out for the Spartans. Argenziano out on the play. Blue Eyes to third. So runners on the corners, 2 away. The runner moving up to third. Important if for no other reason than a wild pitch could bring the potential game time run across, and we'll get a pinch hitter here.
Number 38, Aiden Howletter.
So Aiden Howletter will be the pinch hitter for Dan Argenziano. And the last chance here for the Violets. He's hitting a .238 on the year. First pitch from Anderson. Breaking ball outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Nice pitch there from Anderson to catch the black. Haladar waits. Swung on, grounded up towards the middle. Alonso there. It bounces off his hand, flipped to second, not in time. And the runner will score the game-tying run. It'll be an error on Alonso. And now we are all even. 17-17. Again, the Spartans get a chance to answer in the bottom of the inning. Called strike 0-1. So again, the Spartans get 3 outs. Regardless of what happens here, if the game does not get in before the sun sets, again, my understanding is it's not a tie. It reverts to the score at the end of the 8th. An important thing to note with this one tied. Now, if they do complete the bottom of the 9th, as the 0-1 on the way, up high, 1-1, and the game is still tied, then that game would end in a tie should the game be called due to darkness. Swing and a miss by Moklis. It's 1-2. Here's the 1-2. Timeout called. That ball rocketed down the line, and that will get down, and that will be extra bases. 2 runners will score, and Costa Moklis has given NYU the lead. And it's now 19-7. A pair of unearned runs cross the plate. And NYU has come all the way back in this one. Now runner at second and 2 away. Chopper, third base side, fair ball, and it gets past Carinci. Tag applied and not in time, and that's an infield hit for Burden. A weird bouncing ball. Now the batter is Franchini. There is no way I see this game continuing here as that one fouled off.
Up to bat, number 2, CJ Franchini.
So 0-1 on Franchini. And the runner will be caught up here. Anderson will apply the tag, and he's out. So an awkward play there. That'll go as a 1 unassisted caught stealing. Of course there is on a day like today. NYU leading 19-7 as we move into the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for the Spartans. We'll see how long this one goes for. Again, 19-7 the score when we return. 2-1 the count now on Zach Carinci. And he hits that in the air, deep towards left center field, and it will be, I can't tell if he caught it or not. He did not. Carinci in with a double. I believe Costa Maklis is now playing first, and the pinch hitter Haladar stayed in the game to play right. So Carinci on, the potential game-tying run coming to the plate now for the Spartans in the form of Nate Arterburn, who has a couple hits today. In fact, 3 hits in his last 3 at-bats. So the Spartans now with potential game-tying run at the plate. First pitch, swing and a miss, 0-1 on Arterburn. Argenziano's got to fill up the strike zone here. Again, I believe the rule is NYU needs to get 3 outs here for this game to end in an NYU win. If it doesn't, the score would revert to the score at the end of the 8th, which would be a Spartan win, and certainly not the way the Spartans want to win. But you could see Argenziano rushing here to get this in because he knows that. This would be a wild one if NYU holds on. Outside. That I thought missed outside. The NYU crowd not happy with it as the count goes to 2-2. We are running out of daylight rapidly here. The pitch fouled back again by Arterburn, and the count stays at 2-2. 2-2 to Arterburn. Up and in, ball 3, full count. Walk here would put the potential game-tying run on the base pass. And that one line drive center field base hit. 2 strike single on a 3-2 pitch for Arterburn. Carinci holds at third, and now there are men on the corners with nobody out for Jack Anderson. What a game this has been. It's now first and third, 4th hit of the game for Arterburn. And Anderson pops the first pitch up. Let's see if they can find it. It's going to be tough, losing light, but the shortstop Barbette has it and will jog it in, and that's the first out. Anderson pops out on the first pitch, and there's one gone. That'll bring Nick Harms to the plate. Well, it can't be easy for anyone to see the ball well out there right now. Certainly everyone wants this game to be played to regulation. But it is getting challenging out there. First pitch to Harms, low ball 1-0. Argenziano trying to play the hero. Pick off at first, not in time. One of those old, everybody line your cars up at the side of the field and turn your headlights on. That ball hit high in the air, towering fly ball. Shortstop again, Barbette sees it and makes the catch, and that's 2 gone. And now the batter will be Dane Camphausen, who has had a great day at the plate, but needs one more big hit here. Spartans will bring in a pinch runner for Arterburn. It'll be Josiah Harris representing the potential game-tying run. So Arterburn out, Harris in. First pitch on the way. And Camphausen swings, drives that one deep down the line in left, and it's off the wall. 1 run in to score. Here comes Harris. They'll send him. The throw to the plate takes a few hops. The slide, not in time. Camphausen gets to third on the throw. He's safe. And we're tied again, 19-19. Of course we are. My, oh my, and now Sean Donahue can win this one with one hit here. Donahue hitting a 270 on the year. A big opportunity for Donahue. Dane Camphausen playing the hero. We'll get a pinch runner. That'll be Calvin Gelly taking over. Gelly, excuse me, taking over. And we'll run for Camphausen. First pitch to Donahue. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. Well, this game at this point is either going to end in a tie after this at bat, or the Spartans are going to get a win one way or the other, I would think. And it's popped up down the line, foul territory, long run over, now a step in fair territory. The catch is made for the out, and they're going to call this game. It's going to end in a 19-19 tie. I can't imagine them beginning another inning. You're not going to get to the bottom of the inning. What's the point? So this game will end in a 19-19 tie. And we will wait here. But I believe this will be a tie. And again, there's nothing you could do about it. So the game will end in a 19-19 tie. What a game, what a day. Final score is 19-19. We are scheduled to resume play on Saturday. Well, not resume play, but we will resume the series tomorrow at noon, but rain scheduled, so we'll have to see what happens there. But again, final score here, 19-19. The Spartans' first tie in a while. We'll have to get you some stats on that. Final score there. Well, it's again a wild day here, but this one is over. So the Spartans lose the first, tie the second, and that'll do it for us here. Once again, thank you for joining us, everyone. Hopefully a little bit more normal baseball coming for the rest of the series. Take care, everyone. We'll see you later.